and we're really honored to have you here. So we have standard program, papers today and tomorrow. We're going to do the same thing we normally do, which is to do introductions. I know it's big, but we have time. We built time into the program to do some introductions. So I'll start. I'm Amr Sufi from Chicago.
I'm Antoinette Shua from MIT.
Adi Sunder, I'm Harvard. Gabe Cheddar-Wright from Harvard.
Eric Zwick, Chicago.
Steve Kaplan, Chicago.
Jeremy Stein, Harvard.
Darius Spaglia, Rutgers.
Avery Ravid, Yeshiva University.
Daniel Wolfenson, Columbia.
Margarita Tsutsura, WashU.
Manju Puri, Duke.
Yael Hochberg, Rice.
Vish Vishwanathan, Duke.
Angel Thakur, WashU.
Gordon Phillips, Dartmouth.
Luigi Zingales, Chicago.
Leah Zinovich Yang, Chicago.
Chris Stewart, Chicago.
Coase John, NYU.
Jan Benna, UBC.
Marina Gertzberg, University of Melbourne. Kate Volkova, Melbourne.
Jan Everly, Northwestern.
Nadia Malenko, Boston College.
Edie Hotchkiss, Boston College.
Alexei Savov, NYU.
Viral Acharya, NYU Stern.
Carolina Villegas, ESADE.
Shohini Kundu, UCLA.
Rajayat Imperial.
Nitai Bergman, Tel Aviv University. Alejandro Casado, Central Bank of Spain.
Inghao Cheng, University of Toronto.
Vojislav Maximovich, Maryland.
Daniel Paradisini, LSE. Amit Seru, Stanford.
Andrei Malenko, Boston College.
Mark Leary, WashU.
Arpit Gupta, NYU.
Sean Higgins, Northwestern.
Mark Egan, Harvard.
Mateo Benetton, Berkeley.
Christopher Palmer, MIT.
Lisa Bartaka, Copenhagen Business School.
Alex Michaelides, Imperial.
Liang Li, Imperial.
Ali Upal, Imperial.
Todd Gormley, WashU.
Lombrov, Duke.
Dina Babina, Maryland. Jill Grennan, Emory University.
Ian Appel, Virginia.
John Graham, Duke.
Rafael Laporta, Brown.
Alexander Dyke, Toronto.
Slava Foss, Boston College.
Lulu Wharton.
Nicholas Hamel, Becker Friedman, and MIT.
Jason Donaldson, USC.
Giorgia Piacentino, USC.
Anna Maria Tenakijieva, ASU.
Ishita Sen, Harvard.
David Matza, Northwestern.
Peter Maxted, Berkeley.
Shulu, Washington.
Shang Ge, NYU.
Jinyuan Zhang, UCLA.
Erica Jiang, UCLA.
Greg Bruchak, Stanford.
Igor Makarov, LSU.
Ulf Axelsson, LSE. Robin Greenwood, Harvard.
Jessica Lee, Harvard. Jennifer Walsh, Harvard.
Sage Bells, Northwestern.
Jintong Lu, Bank of Canada.
Max Alexeyev, HKU STEAM.
Bill Shu, NYU.
François Goyot, Chicago Fed.
Greg Weitzner, McGill.
Dan Garrett, Wharton.
Marius Gwenzel, Wharton.
Tetsuo from Bank of Japan.
Jonathan Andrea, Bank of Italy.
Pritienas, Universitat Pompeu Fabra.
Dan Greenwald, NYU.
Emmanuel Yimfo, Columbia.
Adriano Rampini, Duke.
Brian Hardy, Bank for International Settlements.
Asaf Bernstein, Boulder.
Pari Sastry, Wharton.
Juliana Begenau, Stanford.
Chinzi Shu, UC Berkeley.
Michael Blank, Stanford.
Shutian University of Georgia.
Naz Kunt, Stanford.
Sam Antle, Harvard.
Carrie Siani, MIT.
Malcolm Baker, Harvard.
Neil Kashyap, Chicago.
Raghu Rajan, Chicago.
Matt Barron, Georgetown.
Dominique Supera, Columbia.
Bob McDonald, Northwestern.
Adrien Verdillon, MIT. Yao Zhen, Harvard. Oh, sorry. Wharton.
Emanuele Colonnelli, Chicago.
Elizabeth Kempf, Harvard.
Constantine Yanellis, Cambridge, the original.
Michaela Pagel, WashU.
Antoine Hubert de Fraisse, LSI.
Giovanni Bonfanti, NBER.
Sergey Chernenko, Purdue.
Mike Ewens, Columbia.
David Sharfstein, Harvard.
Bo Becker, Stockholm.
Paige Huime, UNC.
Amy Huber, Wharton.
Sabrina Howell, Harvard. Ishil Erad, OSU.
Ayako Yasuda, UC Davis.
Rohan Williamson, Georgetown.
Mitchell Peterson, Northwestern.
Phil Strawn, Boston College. Emil Werner, MIT.
Carola Friedman, Northwestern.
Philip Schnabel, NYU.
Josh Lerner, Harvard.
Thank you. With that, we get started. And Eric Zwick will be presenting what small firms don't do with cash windfalls. Thank you.
Let me, obviously it's a little warm in here, so we told Rob Shannon, even at like 10:10, that it's too warm in here, so he's known for about 30-40 minutes. I emailed him again, so hopefully we'll get the air conditioning stronger soon.
It's about to
And
get
maybe
hot.
one quick thing is, so the presenters have 20 minutes, discussants have 15 minutes, Q&A 15 minutes, right? Thank you. Go ahead.
Very good. All right. Thank you so much to the organizers and my co-authors for the opportunity to present this work. And thank you also, Christopher, for your comments. We're really looking forward to everybody's feedback. The paper's called What Small Firms Don't Do with Cash Windfalls. It's joined with Gabe Chodorowreich, Adam Eisen, Adi Sundaram. And just to kick things off, so by way of motivation, policymakers have just discovered that you can give lots of money to firms, conditionally or unconditionally, maybe to support employment, maybe to relax financial constraints. And we are motivated by that renewed interest by policymakers, also by a longstanding interest in corporate finance, in the role of financial constraints in mediating firm behavior, and maybe a renewed interest in macroeconomics and thinking about heterogeneity across the population of firms, the role of financial constraints in amplifying policy and economic shocks. So the question we'll ask here, how do small firms use an unrestricted cash grant? We are going to be exploiting a pretty unique setting, which is that the state of Minnesota, with no coordination with us, randomly allocated $125 million of cash via a lottery to 12,000 small firms in the state of Minnesota in the years after the pandemic. These would be grants on the order of $10,000 to $25,000. The median firm in our data is going to be a 4-employee firm with revenues of about $250,000. So just to set everybody's expectations about the types of small firms we're talking about here. But as I said, we think this is a setting that's useful for both economic and policy reasons to think about the role of financial constraints for the population of firms, to think about the marginal propensities to invest in higher for small firms that may or may not be constrained, and to think about what policymakers are trying to do with such programs, which is to promote employment, to preserve firm worker links, keep firms from failing, and so on. And so, yeah, let's get into it. What are we going to find? So folks can, now maybe, I don't think you should zone out because it'd be pretty fun, but what are we going to find? The marginal propensity to invest, 0. So I put invest in quotes because we have a B+ measure of investment. I'll talk about that in a second, but our confidence band is narrow enough. So -9 cents to 6 cents per dollar of grant that can rule out larger estimates from the literature and from quantitative macro models. You think maybe these firms don't do a lot of investment. Let's look at employment. Marginal propensity to hire of also around 0. So that's going to imply at the upper bound of our confidence interval a cost per job of at least $230,000. When we look at survival in the year after receiving a grant, we find a pretty tight 0 there as well. So to the title of the paper, what do small firms do with cash windfalls? It doesn't seem like so much. We then look at the owners. What do? We find actually substantial responses of consumption, specifically a 9 cents per dollar of grant spent on non-business autos. And if you're thinking about this as a policy of redistribution, we actually use the administrative data to think about where these folks are in the income distribution. Almost half of the owners are in the top quartile of the income distribution. So it's a pretty regressive policy as well. So the bottom line, most small micro firms don't behave as if they're financially constrained, which has implications, we think, for economics and public policy. Okay, so there are three literatures I'll draw nulls from. One is the classic kind of investment cash flow sensitivity, financial constraints literature. Our paper is paying homage to a classic paper by Blanchard, Lopez de Solanes, and Schleifer, which famously has more tables than observations. Our paper is going to have about 1,000 times more firms, but of course, quite different firms that we're going to be studying. But we'll draw a null from that literature that small firms are more likely to be financially constrained, especially in bad times, which you think is a reasonable null. From the business credit programs literature, we're going to draw what I call the policymakers null, which is that if we give money to firms at this time, we're going to expect them to maybe fail less and preserve workers. So maybe they won't hire more, but they'll, fire fewer people. That'll be our policymaker null. And then from the small business dynamics and a bit of the development literature, I'm going to pull the subsistence null, maybe with credit to Antoinette for the terminology, which is that most small firms are really subsistence firms. And I'll put subsistence in quotes again to think about who the people are. But there's some growth engines there, but it's hard to find them. So we design a very broad program. Maybe the subsistence firms are what shows up in the data. More colorful way of illustrating the question we're going to be asking, what kinds of firms are these? On the left, I have a hot dog stand. On the right, I have a gentleman named Dick Portillo, whom we interviewed in my book coming out in the fall. So shameless self-promotion. It's available for pre-order. So thank you for the opportunity. But I put him here not just for that shameless self-promotion, but also because he told us he took all the money that would come in the firm and just reinvest in growing more. So he eventually built from the single hot dog stand pictured here, a business that he sold for $1 billion 40 years later to Berkshire Partners. And I think maybe he's sort of the high growth, canonically financially constrained person. For every dollar comes in, it goes back into the business. So how many hot dog stands are there versus Dick Portillo's? That's the question we're kind of trying to answer here with this research design in this paper. Let me tell you about the lotteries. There are two programs. The first program was mid-June 2020, so really peak pandemic lockdown era. $60 million were dispersed via $10,000 grants to businesses with fewer than 50 full-time employees. They specifically prioritized businesses that were affected by executive orders. So think about restaurants that were closed and that kind of type. But a lot of firms were able to apply. The second program a year later in mid-June 2021, so this is going to be during the hot vax summer where everybody's out and open and sort of enjoying post-pandemic life again. Another $60 million were dispersed, slightly larger grants as well to slightly larger firms. They prioritized businesses without a previous grant, but importantly for our setting, there were no restrictions on the use of the money. And both programs had funding minima for certain groups. Let me show you that in a second. These are different times macroeconomically. One is a very high unemployment time in Minnesota and, constrained access to certain businesses and so on. Another is a relatively normal time with lots of opening and so on. So we're going to estimate effects pooled and also for these different programs, and that'll be useful for learning. Okay, the different groups, how does this all work? I'm giving you a little bit more detail. Their eligibility demographics, veteran-owned, BIPOC-owned, micro-business, women-owned, non-metro, metro, these all had funding minima. The intersection of all these groups create little cells. If there were too many people that applied or firms that applied relative to the amount of money that was available, then they would lottery and randomly assign grants to those groups. And we're going to have those probabilities for those different cells, and those are going to be our instrument for receiving grants. So that's an actual lottery. And for those who are concerned about, this is the state of Minnesota, maybe Fox News watchers in the room, there's grants that are going to firms, and who are the firms that applied? How did they check to make sure they're actual firms and not fraud and so on? There's actually a lot of checking, matching to previous employment records. A lot of folks that applied didn't actually get the grants, so there's an eligibility check. 20% to 30% didn't actually receive the grants even though they won the lottery. We're going to be using that. That's going to be part of the research design and the two-stage estimate. We also find similar effects on the owner side in strata with high versus low Somali heritage. Okay, most of the recipients that received in both grants, on the left is the size distribution for the first lottery, on the right for the second lottery. The 0 to 6 bucket is the main, so these are the types of firms that are going to be receiving money. Industry distribution, pretty representative of the small firm distribution generally, but maybe overrepresents towards accommodation, food, and other services, and underrepresents toward construction, but pretty broad, actually. Okay, and we're not just learning about some random lottery literally in Minnesota. We are also learning about a much broader set of policies, both federal and state and local. So from the NBERs, this is government payments to support private businesses going back to the 1940s. And you can see this spike to 5% of GDP coming from the PPP, the EIDL, and so on, employee retention credit. Most of the grants and loans that went out in these programs are on the order of magnitude that we're going to be studying here. So we think there's a lot of room to learn about these types of policies. We also did a census of state and local governments. So state and local governments have budget constraints, unlike the federal governments, as it seems, but they have to allocate money carefully. And it turns out they allocated $18 billion to such programs. So we're going to be learning about these state and local grant programs here. And I think that's going to be informative for policymakers going forward, thinking about the pros and cons of implementing such programs. Okay, so as I said, this is a lottery, so it's a pretty easy research design to set up. If you have the data, which we were able to get via public records request on applicants and recipients. Okay, so we have a winner of a grant. We're going to use that win rate, the probability of winning, as an instrument for the received award. And then we're going to have a bunch of outcomes that we're going to look at. We're going to estimate stuff in a panel setup just for precision, just to improve our standard errors, because of the lottery, you don't actually need the panel setup for identification. Okay, and so I'll show some plots that will be essentially distributed lags with leads and lags of the outcomes on just a dummy for winning. And then we'll have IV estimates where I instrument for the award amount using that winner dummy, holding with fixed effects for all the different cells, the groups that basically are going to be conditioning on the dimension of random assignment. Okay, what data will we have? So we took the data from Minnesota, we brought it into the administrative tax environment and merged on EIN to either annual or quarterly tax returns. There we have our proxy for investment, which is depreciation expense. For small firms, because of the expensing regime called Section 179, almost all of these firms, depreciation equals investment. There will be some firms that's not the case. We could talk about that later, but we didn't have access to the investment return for all of the firms, so we're going to be using this depreciation expense here. We'll have revenues, inputs, basically things that show up on the front page of the business tax return. Then we'll have quarterly employment and payrolls. Separately, we merged on owner name and address into TransUnion to measure credit outcomes. So we're going to have there card spending, auto registration, and delinquency stuff for the owners. They can't come together, the data sets, unfortunately. Okay, the grants, $11,000 on average for folks that receive grants. Relative to median revenue, it's about 4% of median revenue. These are small firms. It's a pretty large grant for those firms. Relative to median investment, median investment is like $1,500 because there are a lot of zeros in the data, but conditional on positive investment is about 50% of annual investment for those firms. So it's a pretty large shock for the firms that we're studying. Results. A lot of zeros. Okay, so employment first. Here I have estimated effects. Black is going to be pooled, blue is going to be the first lottery, red is going to be the second lottery, or black circles, blue triangles, red squares. Okay, -1 is right before the lottery is run and drawn, so the post period is all the 0 through 5. This is going to be quarterly for the employment data. We see basically a -2 employees per $100,000. It's a point estimate. The upper bound of 0.4 employees per $100,000 implies a cost per job year of at least $230,000. Which is to say a not very cost-effective program from the perspective of either increasing employment or preserving employment for the winners versus the losers. Now, maybe it's hard to hire, so maybe they just pay the workers a bit more or increase hours. That should show up in payroll, where we see a similar negative response, basically, of 50 cents per dollar grant, confidence interval at the upper bound. We can rule out 20 cents per dollar spent on payroll. Turning to our investment measure. So this is now I'm switching from a quarterly measure to an annual measure. We find for the pooled estimates, -0.01 cents per dollar spent, with the confidence interval of -9 cents to 6 cents, as I said before. Maybe a bit of evidence that there's an increase of investment for the second round. So for folks who are thinking maybe there's a small amount of constraints or a small fraction of firms that have some constraints, I think that's consistent with the results that we're seeing here. Literature review and pictures. This is fun. So I'm going to go back to Fazari, Hubbard, and Peterson, which I'm really happy to be able to talk about in this audience. So this is the Fazari, Hubbard, Peterson investment cash flow sensitivity estimate on the very left. We have Hoshi, Kashyap, Sharfstein. We have Kaplan, Zingales. We have the BLS estimate there. We've got Josh Rao paper. We've got Tony and Tori Eric's replication of the Josh Rao paper. There's a wide range of estimates of investment cash flow sensitivities, of course. General vibe, these are very different firms, of course, larger firms, right? But if anything, that maybe the smaller firms would be more constrained or rationed and therefore even more sensitive to a cash drop. Of course, very different research designs than what we have. This is the quantitative macro literature and also Bolton, Chen, and Wang, JF, where we calibrate a quantitative investment model and then estimate a marginal propensity to invest. Typically, the small firms tend to be much more constrained in those models than the general population. So in a recent survey paper in the Journal of Economic Literature, Winberry, Auclair, Ronley, and Straub find an equal weighted marginal propensity to invest of 50 cents per dollar, okay? So this is where we are, which is to say much lower relative to, we think, this null coming from the literature on credit constraints. Because there's some estimates also on the payroll or quantitative, and we're again on the lower end. There are fewer estimates there, but we're then on the lower end if you go to the top of our confidence band. Thinking about a few other outcomes. So for a subset of firms, we do have the investment expense measure. It's a noisier measure for reasons we can talk about in Q&A if we want, but we have similar point estimates. We can't really reject our depreciation-based estimate of the investment sensitivity. Looking at other outcomes like revenue, cost of goods sold, or total deductions, again, sort of weak negatives here. And also some evidence consistent with at least firms do seem to be putting some of this into the revenues, and it shows up in net income when they receive the grant. And then finally, looking at survival, here we have a pretty tight estimate. The base rate of survival is 91% survive. We can rule out a pretty, modest change in survival due to receiving the grant. A little bit on heterogeneity, not too much here. We've thrown out the 0 employee firms. We've looked at, we don't have a lot of size-based heterogeneity because they're all pretty small. If anything, we see slightly larger investment responses for firms that are below median employment. Looking at other markers of capital intensity or financial dependence, up at the top here, we have a bit of evidence that firms have more an investment response if they didn't have depreciation expense previously. So maybe some lumpiness going on underneath in the data that we can't detect in the average effect, but generally not much there. One thing we were concerned about is maybe the losers of the lottery went and found money elsewhere from all the other programs that were going about. So we did look at basically substitution by losers to 2021 PPP, and we don't find any evidence of that, which is what I've highlighted in this box. Okay, last 4 minutes, I'll talk about the owners. So similar types of graphs. Now we're moving to owner credit outcomes. First, I'm doing credit card spending, which is a proprietary model from TransUnion. There's a bit of evidence of an increase in card spending. It's pretty small. So maybe 2 cents per dollar is sort of the top end there. More interesting stuff going on with delinquency. So if we look at delinquency on any line for the owners, in the first round, so I think, in 2020 summer, we find a reduction in delinquency of 3 percentage points per recipient in the 6 months and 12 months after, which is substantial actually relative to the base period. And then when we look at auto registrations or purchases, this is coming from RMV registration data that's then brought into the credit union data. We find an estimated increase for the second lottery of 3 percentage points per recipient, which translates into a 9 cents per dollar of grant received going to non-business autos. Why do I say non-business autos so confidently? Because if it were for business use, then it would also be showing up in the depreciation deduction because you would get the write-off. It doesn't seem like they're doing that. So we think this is more of the Lamborghini, not kidding, we think this is more of the car purchase for personal use. Okay, and so then to the subsistence null, which we think is the null that seems to have the most support in the data. We wanted to think about, okay, well, who are the owners that receive these grants? So we use the administrative tax data to put the owners in the income distribution. relative to the general population of small business owners, which is here in gray, they're a bit lower income, so they're more likely 30% coming from the bottom half of the income distribution. This is consistent potentially with who's more willing to apply. So about 20% of eligible firms we think are applying for this program. But it's still the case that nearly half of the owners are in the top quartile of the income distribution. So this is, by comparison to other public policies, quite regressive. In the last minute and a half, I'll just talk about where we think this leaves us in terms of implications for financial constraints, for policy, and so on. So, thinking about the financial constraint models, we find point estimates that indicate no response. It looks like the typical firm here is unconstrained, as we might predict a more substantial response of investment to receiving this cash windfall. The upper bound of the confidence interval, there's some noise there, and there's no question, but we can still reject the larger magnitudes from the literature. And then seeing that owners respond through consumption tells us also something about the wedge between the MPK in the firm and the marginal utility of consumption for owners, which is to say that that wedge appears pretty small if money is going back out, being used for private consumption. Thinking about policy, so policymakers definitely argued that these firms would spend on production or retain workers. And that's not what we find much evidence of here. So motivating such policies in the future needs to be made on the basis of this evidence, or thinking through the returns to targeting in terms of the bang for buck and the regressivity of such policy, we think would be quite useful when these types of things are proposed in the future. The pandemic was an unusual time, right? And so we're just throwing money all over the place. But the political economy of the situation suggests that policymakers will be interested in throwing these types of programs in a new recession. And so I think we want to think about how we design them. And then also, if we're not interested in public policy, we're just interested in models of firm behavior and the heterogeneity that we use to understand those models. We might need more dimensions than just the financial constraint, because a lot of the firms look more like the subsistence type firm, subject to relatively little financial constraints, and maybe other constraints are keeping them small. Thanks very much. And I should say, if you're concerned about some of the limitations of the paper, this is part 1 of 2. And so stay tuned. And I look forward to Christopher's comments.
Christopher Palmer is the discussant.
Thank you, Amr and Antoinette, for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to discuss this fun paper. I'm going to do a one-side summary, and then I'm going to jump into a few comments. So because small firms are presumed to be financing constrained, especially during a period like COVID, grants to them should be stimulative. They should increase things like investment, payroll, employment, and things like survival. There's a causality challenge here. We would need exogenous variation if we want to estimate an object like marginal propensities to invest, but they have a great strategy to do that. So as you just saw, the Minnesota grants program, 2 of them distributed $10,000 to $25,000 per grant via a stratified lottery. Within strata, winning the lottery is a great instrument for receiving a grant. And so they can rule out investment responses of more than 6 cents per dollar of grant, payroll effects of more than 20 cents per dollar of grant, and survival effects of more than a percentage point. That's taking the upper bound of their 95% confidence intervals. There's some effects on owners. Need something from me? Okay, is this visible online? Okay, there are some effects on owners' spending, but that's deemed too regressive to be particularly stimulative. There's heterogeneity, or they look for heterogeneity and don't really find it. There's no real differential response by firms that are young, have less than 4 full-time equivalent employees, are low asset, are interest paying in the sense that they deduct interest expenses on their tax returns are high payroll, high investment, consumer facing, and they don't seem to be receiving other grants in the control group. Okay, so that's my one side summary. It was a short, engaging presentation. You probably didn't need the refresher, but there we have it. So here's my assessment. I find it to be a credible and internally valid empirical execution. The lottery design lends itself so well to program evaluation. I thought it was interesting to compare it to the conclusions of Otter et al.'s Journal of Economic Perspectives paper. So when they look at the PPP program, they find that it was enormously expensive per job created because the United States lacked the data infrastructure to properly target the PPP. And so it ended up being a very broad spectrum antibiotic instead of precision medicine. The lack of heterogeneity in these results pushes against that a little bit. It suggests that even if you had all of the data that these authors have ex post, you would have a hard time targeting any firm, any category of firm that would have a particularly high marginal propensity to invest. Ultimately, my main question is whether this should change our view about whether small firms are constrained and lead us to really update our priors about that, or whether it serves as a useful case study and an informative policy exercise about this particular instance. Much of that will depend on kind of contextualization and interpretation of the results. So what I want to talk about is what do we already know about constrained firms' marginal propensities to invest? And we had that nice scatter plot visualization of the literature just a second ago. And then trying to understand what are the possible reasons for why this program didn't seem like it had meaningful effects. Okay, so a key claim for the contribution of the paper in the draft is that there's a void of evidence that actually uses exogenous shocks to firm cash. For example, it's hard to study the PPP's effect on small firms when the eligibility cutoff for the PPP was 500 employees. So you could do something around that cutoff, and papers have done that, but it's not that informative for kind of micro enterprises, for small, say 4-employee firms. Similarly, the timing of this, when people have used access to banks that have differential access to PPP, the timing was not random. So if you want to understand, you drop a cash windfall at an exogenous specified amount of time across firms and you see what happens. The PPP is not particularly well suited to do that. There is a lot of evidence in development that's, I think, ignored in the paper, and I think is useful to understand and contextualize, where they are field RCTs, where there is explicit random assignment. This is my quick, incomplete literature review of these papers, many of them very well published, and the abstract of the paper says something like, we randomized cash grants to firms in Sri Lanka or Ghana, and we looked at their marginal propensity to invest, and they find very high responses. So I don't think that what we're learning is that there's never that if you could identify the effect of cash windfalls on firms, that you would actually find globally and across time the results that this paper finds. Sabrina's here. She might be wondering, well, wait a second, don't we know something about the effect of well-identified effect of cash windfalls on firms? Howell and Brown have an RFS paper where they look at R&D grants and the effect of R&D grants that are conditionally random, essentially, on the impacts of those firms, and those firms spend more. And so we do have maybe more evidence than is appreciated in the US that small firms do use this. Okay, so given that we have some identified evidence of grant programs, many with positive effects globally and some in the United States, we really can't use this paper to kind of say this contradicts any of the prior literature, and so the prior literature must not be identified, which is surely a stronger statement than the authors are saying. This is a caricature of it. So maybe instead the lesson is that small firms aren't always constrained. So I want to dig into that a little bit more and try to understand, what do we make of the no results in this paper? So we have a finding that there's no effect on investment or on payroll spending for small firms in this paper. And so I'm going to divide that into two possibilities. Either small firms were constrained in 2021, 2020 Minnesota, or small firms weren't constrained in that time period. So let's say they were constrained. We would learn from the combination of the lack of treatment effects and the fact that small firms are constrained in Minnesota that the treatment didn't fix those constraints. Why not? I think that would be very useful to understand in this branch. It could be that this effect is that these programs are just far too small. So $10,000 is something like $27 a day. There was a commercial when I was little trying to get you to donate to charities, and it's saying you could save a starving child for pennies a day. So maybe the policymakers were asserting that you could save a small firm for $27 a day. Doesn't seem like that was even close to enough. If you take the survival effects, you would need thousands of dollars a day to save just one of these small firms. So maybe it's just too small. Maybe that's because investment is lumpy, and having $10,000, $27 a day spread out over the course of a year doesn't really get me over the hurdle to a large investment that I need to make. They do have some variation in this. There are larger firms did have larger grants, but you could imagine that larger firms have larger lumps of investment that they want to make, and so they're similarly unconstrained. Maybe it's too small. I would really like to know that answer as we think about how to inform policymakers next go around. Okay, so let's think about whether maybe the branch where small is not the right measure of constraints for firms. There are constrained firms out there, but it's just not necessarily small firms. Well, maybe there are other measures of constraints that are better. I think we can rule this out based on the heterogeneity results that show that, like, really when you interact program receipt with a lot of other things, it doesn't seem like small firms in very many categories at all were plausibly constrained and had high MPIs. Maybe small isn't the right measure of constraints, and all the other papers that have found results for small firms are just not identified. I think I'm going to rule that out based on that rudimentary literature review on my last slide. So then I'm left with maybe small firms weren't actually constrained at this period of time in Minnesota. And I would like to understand why. How could that possibly be? We are facing a quite large recession. So one argument is that we're in lockdown, and so you're just kind of pushing on a string if you want to invest, and the world is kind of frozen. And there seems to be evidence for that out there in the world. Maybe in this version of history, firms got the grants, they had precautionary saving motives, they kind of hoarded that cash, they decided not to invest, and there are no survival effects because they didn't end up needing that cash. Because ex post, the recovery was faster than perhaps was anticipated or feared at the time. And one piece of evidence consistent with that is that when people have looked at MPCs out of like stimulus checks for households, you generally find smaller MPCs during COVID, which maybe is not to say that stimulus checks are broken, but during this particular episode, they weren't as needed ex post. And then third, maybe these firms were able to access financing just fine. And I have some ideas about how authors could look in the data to access this. But this is essentially the punchline of a paper by Kim, Shore, and Parker that look at the small business owner consumption sensitivity to revenue shocks. And they don't find them to be very high during this time period, suggesting that these owners were not particularly constrained. And that could have been because they had access to financing during this time period, or many other forms of support, including forbearance and stimulus checks and enhanced unemployment benefits and all kinds of other policy responses. So as I look at this kind of schematic to try to understand where this is coming from, I would really like to know where these null results come from. And I have some ideas about how the authors could push more on this. My best guess is mostly that in this version of history, the recovery was relatively quick. Okay, so how could you learn about this? I think there would be a lot to learn from looking at the unconditional levels, or maybe conditional on the strata fixed effects, to understand the context for the null results. And so let me illustrate this. In this graph, there's no treatment effect. Both treatment and control firms have had their outcomes fall substantially. But you can see that outcomes remain very depressed in the control group and the treatment group. And so in this situation, you would say, well, this just must not have been an effective policy, but it's certainly not that firms didn't need it. They did need it. They were in a very depressed situation in this recession. Another way you could generate no treatment effects would be for both treatment and control firms to be able to recover. And so that could have been because they all had the ability to go and get a small business loan. They all had the ability to get bank credit, or they all had sufficient savings that they were on average in treatment and control able to recover just fine without this grant. And so this grant didn't really do anything. It was too small to do that. Which of these situations we're in, I think, would be relatively easy to see by plotting the unconditional levels and maybe by looking at the difference in difference main effects. Okay. Maybe they had ample credit access, as I was just saying. So the authors pitch this as like, this is a limitation of our data. We can't really see these borrowing outcomes. And so my two ideas were to look at firms that transition from not having interest expense to interest expense, suggesting that, you know, control and treatment firms are both able to transition from a no debt state to a debt state, or increasing their interest expense. So increasing their interest expense is conflated with interest rates, but interest rates are falling during this time period. So if a firm is increasing its interest expense, it's similar to how we impute car purchase from an increase in auto debt. We're able to conclude that these firms took on more debt. The survival rate is 91%. So that suggests there might have been a lot of background supports. If that's typical, firms even in the pre-period of this size have a 91% annual survival rate, then maybe we shouldn't have expected in the first place that these firms were going to have trouble accessing the kind of external capital they would need to weather a storm. So I think that information would be interesting to know, to contextualize that 91% survival rate. And then the lack of cross-section makes it hard to say, well, I'm going to look at this area or this area or this type of firm or that type of firm to try to understand who does this benefit and therefore where's the null result coming from. I think they could still do a little more to keep trying. They could try a random forest approach and just throw in a lot of different markers of cells and try to understand, are there any pockets of the distribution where it seemed like there were effects? They could try to do more by industry, Minnesota geography, maybe limited variation, but there's a few commuting zones in there, so they could try to understand the variation in COVID or labor market outcomes or credit access across space. The statewide data would suggest that perhaps the context really matters for this, and the recovery was quite quick. So this is a different version of the paper, the unemployment rate graph that's in the paper. This is initial claims for unemployment. You can see by the time of the second program, Minnesota seems to be doing really well on this measure. And even after the first program, in the ensuing year, there's a pretty rapid recovery. And so firms that might have hoarded this to kind of weather the storm in the worst case scenario never really materialized. So wrapping up to conclude, I find this Minnesota program lends itself extremely well to a careful program evaluation. It seems to have small effects ex post on investment and on payroll. That doesn't mean that small firms are never constrained. Identified work finds that that's not the case, that there are high NPIs in many settings and in many times. In this particular version of history that we lived through, maybe fortuitously, these grants weren't particularly necessary and they were ineffective stimulus. So I would say that given this kind of mixed evidence, it's really useful to understand exactly why in this particular setting we get these null results, so we know whether we should try again, same thing next time, maybe history will be different, or whether we've learned something about targeting or about design that would help us next go around. Thank you.
So as usual, we go straight to the audience for Q&A, and then we'll have the authors discuss. We'll go, John, go ahead. Yeah, so we're going to do the same thing, collect maybe 4 or 5, and then let you guys. I saw Luigi.
Yeah, take the mic.
Yeah, please try to take the mic. I think that's benefit.
Two things. The first, I find it very interesting that the other development papers find an effect and there is no effect. I suspect the other papers have been commissioned by who organized the lottery. The beauty of this paper is that there is no connection. And so they didn't have to find a positive effect. I'm quite surprised they didn't find a positive effect. So I think this is something to think about. The second is, we were saying that this is more, but vis-a-vis the equity of this firm, this is probably pretty large. I didn't see a picture of the amount of equity that they have, but this is a pretty large increase in equity.
I have Tanya next.
Something.
I want to echo something that discussant brought up, which is like, I kept thinking about what should null hypothesis be given the setting, and the setting is it's 11,000 grant. And if you think about what should we expect for employment? Well, 11,000 is 20% of a median job. You guys find 0.4 increase, right, or around unemployment. So that's kind of like if I understood correctly. So that's kind of like, given the context, is big effects. Or Chris also mentioned indivisibility of investments, right? Typically, we assume that the investment is continuous, and that makes sense for very large firms. But here, using your example, you have one hot dog stand. How much does it take to expand to the second one, right? It's a very lumpy investment. So I think it's a very good point.
Sean Higgins.
Thanks. This was super interesting. I wanted to follow up on Chris's point about how as a policymaker, how do we learn from this, given evidence in other contexts from well-identified RCTs that it is that these firms can be constrained in those contexts. So to add to the group, we did an experiment during COVID that looked quite similar to this in Chile, where we got a bank to randomize which firms among loan applicants received a loan and which didn't. That was random. It looked similar in the sense they were median 4 employees, loan size was $12,000 at market exchange rates, $25,000 at purchasing power parity, adjusted exchange rates. And we did find effects on employment, not on other things. And then to Luigi's point, we did, of course, have to collaborate with this bank for them to do the experiment, but it was not commissioned by them. We have all the data we need. We don't need future data and the main data we're using for employment comes from the Ministry of Finance, so completely independent of this bank. And so I'm curious then, how do you, it could be that in these different contexts, some small firms are constrained in more emerging markets and they're not in your context, but then if you're a policymaker kind of taking the bulk of evidence, how do you think that they should kind of evaluate that if you're in a different state in the US in another crisis and you need to know what to do?
So let's go with Edie, and then we'll give you guys a chance to respond. And I know there's a few other questions. We should have time, but why don't we get some feedback from the authors before we go? But go ahead, Edie.
This is just a really quick question, but it's random within the pool of applicants. But my question is, how did they advertise or announce these applicants to begin with? And is it possible that went to the more knowledgeable or more sophisticated people that would even apply?
Why don't you guys take a second to
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Chris, for a great discussion. We can come back to some of the parts of it. Well, go directly to the questions from the audience. John, a great question. We don't, for these data for this program, see the cash on the balance sheet. We are writing a different paper on a different program where we do have those data. And so we look forward to hopefully having the opportunity to present that paper in front of this audience or related audiences. Luigi, great question. We should check what the grant over the equity is. I don't think we know the answer to that. Tanya, just to clarify the results. So on the employment, the point estimates are actually negative. But the translation Eric did for the cost per job involves a few steps. It's a little bit easier, I think, to understand the magnitudes by looking at payroll. Payroll is in dollar terms, so we can directly do dollars on payroll relative to dollars of grant received. And that is tiny, a couple cents on the dollar. So given the magnitudes, it just doesn't show up in payroll. The question on, are these just too small for investment, I think is an interesting one, and certainly one possible way out of rescuing financial constraints with these results would be some form of an investment function and lumpy adjustment that these grants are too small for. That's not typically the way that we write down constraints and investment functions. Even with fixed costs of investment, if you give firms additional money, some firms are close to their boundary of adjusting, and they're then going to use that money and adjust if you've given them that marginal amount of money. So it's possible, but I think it requires going a little bit back to our toolbox of how we write those models. Chile, and I'll use this to come back to one of Chris's comments on heterogeneity. I'm a little bit more open to heterogeneity and targeting, I think, than Chris, you were. And I think firms that want to borrow is probably a really good way of targeting money to firms that need it. And I worry a little bit that even though we tried what I think are the standard measures, certainly the measures we have available to using the tax data, and we didn't see much. We didn't directly have, is the firm also trying to get a bank loan right now and the bank won't give it the loan? And that feels like it should be a pretty good tag for a constrained firm. So I'm sympathetic to that being one way out, but of course that has very strong implications for how these programs should be designed, and suggests they should be designed maybe to target firms that are having trouble borrowing from banks, and should do that in a contingent way. And so one sort of side observation about this period is there was another federal program that was run through the Federal Reserve that was called the Main Street Lending Program. This was targeted at bigger firms than were borrowing from, in our sample, or the PPP. But it was a program that was designed by people at this table, make loans available on reasonable terms to firms that otherwise were having trouble getting loans from their banks. And they did that by having the Fed provide most of the capital for the loan. In practice, the take-up of those loans was very low, and that suggested that these firms were not constrained from borrowing from banks in this period. But it seems like the sort of program that has the sort of targeting that one might want to carry forward. On the applicants,
Okay, just, do you want to take another question? So
this will be quick.
one.
Sage, who's here, and I spent a lot of time talking to a lot of the people in the state and local governments who are rolling these programs out. And they tried really hard to advertise them. They put the things in multiple languages. We have some table in the paper, and apologies, the paper's not posted yet. This is because of the tax data issues, but it should be soon, where we computed what fraction of the eligible applicants actually applied. And for the smallest firms, think of like 20% of firms applied. For the slightly larger firms, 10% of firms. So it was a pretty broad take-up of applications.
Okay, we have a lightning round of 6 questions. So gonna go Mitchell, Peterson, Matt, Viral, Gordon, Sabrina, and Marina. So let's do it in that order. Please, keep brief. Thanks, Nico. Matt. No. Oh, sorry. Okay, Viral. No. Gordon, go.
You asked, yeah. Gordon, right over here. Over here. It's okay. Another Gordon. I didn't think there were 2. We had a paper we presented here on people coming out of bankruptcy. This is on the intent to borrow framework again. And it's in the JFE, you can see. But coming out of bankruptcy, you get the flag removed versus people still have the flag. You borrow, and you borrowed like $40,000 more when you started a business. Maybe it takes 40,000. But there you had the intent to borrow, plus we saw the borrowing on the TransUnion.
Thanks. So I obviously think this is a great topic, a great experiment. I had 2 quick reactions. The first is to second Chris's excellent suggestion to look at the raw means. I have a paper about the SBA disaster loan program, mostly loans after natural disasters to small firms, somewhat like your sample. And we learned a lot from looking at the raw means, the firms that didn't get it versus did, and it really shaped the paper. The second is about who is financially constrained. So in that paper on SBA disaster loans, and then across 3 papers on the SBIR grants, I've sort of consistently found that the firms that are constrained are more capital intensive, are young, and are in industries that are more uncertain and novel. And we need to maybe push a little bit more on the heterogeneity in that dimension. If you could see businesses that are capital constrained, that are younger, maybe also that have younger owners, it may be that you'd find something there.
So I think it would be also really interesting to see the OLS estimates and not only the IB estimates, because you already have randomization with the lottery into receiving the loan. So is there actually any selection? What kind of selection are you getting rid of with the IB? Because you have slightly negative estimates. So are they positive in the OLS?
The eligible. Taking out the reduced ones. Okay, we do have some time, and I do want to hear Manuela and Emily get it, especially Emily.
I just wanted to disagree with Luigi first. I trust the development economists to randomize things much better than the US government. No, a small point I made to Eric, I think, before, but I think a lot of these points are about marginal propensity to invest. A lot of the grants in the literature, I think, also on development is conditional on the grant being used for business. I think this is not. So if you give me money and I'm an owner, I might be constrained on many dimensions of my life as well as my business, and maybe I'm constrained there. So I think I would just like to see a bit more on there.
Maybe unsurprisingly, I'm going to follow up directly on Emanuele. Is it a constrained firm or a constrained entrepreneur? If I'm smoothing consumption out of my business, I might be employing family members. I might be more than the optimal size. And so since you have the credit registry data, that seems really interesting to be able to tease apart those two things.
Okay. One more comment I did want to make is that again, in the spirit, this is a cash drop, right? Remember, this is not a financing situation, and we should always take into consideration that people might behave very differently when they have either equity or debt, because they have to repay that stuff. Now, you could say that having a cash drop should make me willing to take more risk, right? And do some maybe more crazy stuff, but maybe, as Emanuele said, you just spend it on yourself. But I think that's why it is very important to keep this in mind when going back all the way to Vasari Harvard Peterson. I'm not in the business of defending not so well identified papers, but we also want to be fair to what people are doing.
Okay, why don't you guys take 3 minutes?
So yeah, I mean, just to clarify, we are not, I think, trying to kill the field of corporate finance. Maybe Azwick is, but the rest of us are fine.
Let's just try to sell the book.
You know, I mean, he is financially constrained, yes. I took away from this mostly, like, I want to talk about the policy thing a little bit, which is like, I am on the record, as many people in this room are, about like writing justifications for these types of programs in 2020 and 2021. And we did think that the small firms were going to be more sensitive. And we also like wrote, I mean, at least I wrote stuff like, you don't want to do it with debt because there's going to be debt overhang. You want to do it with cash grants or equity or things like that. We wrote things like, you know, running programs through the banks is bad because the banks are going to favor their favorite clients, and though it's not necessarily where the highest marginal propensity to invest is, there are all kinds of considerations that went into justifying these programs. And again, it's, you know, it's one lottery. And to Christopher's point, I think, you know, if we reran the history, maybe it'd look different. But it's one lottery that like was pretty far from my priors. And so, you know, again, like there are definitely firms that do R&D. Like I would bet none of these firms do R&D. You know, again, and like that's just not the right way to think about what this program was designed to do. But of course, innovative firms are going to be financially constrained. But I really took away from this that the sort of you know, corporate welfare, even in a pretty constrained, you know, tough macroeconomic environment, really didn't do much. And so that's sort of what I think of as the message of the paper.
Totally agree with all of the comments that have already been made. But just to Sabrina's point, we definitely will put the means in the draft. So I'm helping nudge some people to do that. And then I think the difference between the development literature, the SBIR grants, and this broader population of firms is this demand for capital and demand to grow. And the fact is that the unconditional distribution of firms has a lot of quiet life in it. And so we need to design these programs thoughtfully. But the SBIR applicants clearly are trying to do something quite different than the typical small firm. And so I think that's just like the lesson. And we think that's relevant for a lot of different literature. So thank you so much. This is super fun.
All right. The next paper is the talent gap in family firms. It looks like Margarita is going to present. And thank you everyone in the Q&A for keeping your questions brief. We were able to get like a lot of questions in, so let's keep that up. Rob Shannon ensures me that the room should cool down.
You should all stop.
When everyone leaves. though.
When everybody stops sleeping and breathing.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much for having the paper on the program. This is joint work with Morten Bennetsen and Daniel Wolfenson, who is here. So to start with a broad motivation, we know that talent allocation across firms matters for aggregate productivity and growth. Workers sort on firm based on the career rewards they expect in terms of promotions, access to leadership, wage growth. The key point here is that these rewards are not fully contractable. You cannot write down in advance who is going to get promoted. Therefore, the returns to talent depends on this decision, this personnel decision that the firm is making. And those decisions are taken by those who control the firms, and they might not be meritocratic, but they might reflect different in-group favoritism. So corporate governance, that is who is controlling the firm and on what criteria, shapes talent allocation across firms. So here we focus on family control, which is a widespread form of concentrated governance. And the nice thing about having family firms as a laboratory is that their personnel decisions differ systematically from those decisions of other firms. We know that there are two opposing forces. On one hand, family firms favor relatives in promotions and leadership positions, and basically they deter talent. On the other hand, we know that family firms have more commitment to the workers, they offer more job stability, and that might help them attract and retain talent. So at the end of the day, whether family firms are more or less able to attract and retain high talented employees is an empirical question. So in this paper, we do the following. First, we document substantial talent gap in family firms using large-scale evidence from IQ from the military drafts in Denmark. We do find that family firm employees have lower cognitive ability, about 2.15 IQ points lower than employees in non-family firms. That's about 5% of the mean. The gap is largest in high hierarchy, in a high skill occupation, where it should matter more for firm outcomes. Then you might ask, is it about family control? We're going to provide evidence based on CEO successions using diff in diff and IV instrumental variables analysis, as well as we're going to have a survey experiment where directly randomized family control. We offer evidence consistent with two mechanisms driving the gap. First is nepotism. In family firms, relatives are promoted beyond their qualifications. We see this surname ceiling in these firms. Second, compensation. Family firms pay less for comparable employees. We add to several strands of the literature. So first, we provide large-scale evidence on the allocation of talent between family and non-family firms using a direct measure of employee ability. Second, we add to the literature on how family and non-family firms differ by showing this widespread nepotism, as well as that family firms pay less for talent. And lastly, we add to the larger literature on talent allocation and labor mobility by showing that family control is an important and understudied determinant of talent allocation. So this is a roadmap, and start with the data. So we combine different administrative registers from Denmark. Our measure of ability is the IQ scores from the mandatory military draft records for men in Denmark. They have to answer 70 questions. For each correct question, you get 1 point. So it's out of 70. We complement these ability measures by having high school grades and high school completion for everybody in Denmark. We also can see complete employment histories based on the mass employee-employer data. We do see who is a board member, who is a CEO, and we identify family relationships both by blood and merit using the family registers in Denmark. So as you see, these are comprehensive data covering the universe of employees and firms there. Okay, so for defining family firms, we use a control-based definition. we define family firms, those firms that at least 3 executives are related by blood or marriage. We restrict to companies that have 3 to 20 executives. That is, we throw away, effectively, we exclude very small firms or shell corporations. In our data, 20% of firms are family firms. Looking at the raw data, you do see that family firms are smaller in assets, sales, and number of employees. And the main result even pops up in the raw data. You see that the IQ score, looking at IQ score, family firm employees have 2.15 IQ points lower relative to employees in non-family firms. That's about 5% relative to the mean. They do have 17 percentage points lower probability to complete high school, and they have lower grades, and they're paid less. So you see the main result even shows up in the raw data. This talent gap is not uniform. We split employees based on where they sit in the hierarchy, and you do see 3 patterns. First is that the average IQ increases monotonically with rank, which actually we find a very nice validation of our IQ measure as a measure of ability. Second, family firm employees, they do have lower IQ in all parts of the hierarchy, but the gap is largest at the top where talent matters the most. Then we split employees based on the occupation and the skill level of the occupation. And again, we do find that family firm employees have lower IQ in all skill levels, particularly at the top, in the high skill occupations, we see a 2.6 IQ points gap. So consistent both in hierarchy and the occupation skill, we do find that the gap is concentrated at the top of the firm. You might ask, is this about family control, or there are some unobserved firm characteristics that drive both family control and employee talent? We're going to have 3 approaches. First, we're going to have multivariate regressions, where we're going to have very rich controls. We offer within firm evidence, looking around CEO successions. Ideally, we would like to look at cases where firms go from being family control to non-family control, but we don't have this type of big changes in the data very often. So instead of that, we use more moderate changes in the degree of family control by comparing CEO successions within family and CEO successions with an outside CEO. Okay. Finally, we're going to have a survey experiment where we directly randomize the family control. Looking at the regression results, in the first column, you see the raw gap of 2.2 basis point, IQ points. Then we have year fixed effects. Then we have size fixed effects. In column 4, we add industry fixed effects because it's well known that family firms are concentrated in specific industries. After adding in firm fixed effects, the effect is half of the raw gap, but still highly significant. In the last 3 columns, we actually split firms in size terciles, and we do see that the gap is evident across the size of firms. Then we move to individual level outcomes, where we can actually add cohort fixed effect as well as occupation fixed effect to compare people doing the same job. You see that the gap is there, and even in the stricter specification, where we have industry times occupation fixed effect, effectively comparing workers that do the same job in the same industry, we do see that the gap is there. So the second type of test we use, we're trying to keep the firm constant to alleviate any concerns of systematic firm, like some time invariant firm characteristic. For example, it could be something about the structure of the company that could generate this difference. So we're looking within a firm and looking around CEO succession and compare the change in average IQ 5 years after minus 5 years before succession, for succession where the incoming CEO is related to the controlling family versus successions where the incoming CEO is an outsider. So effectively, everything that is constant within firm is differenced out. We do find that around family successions, the IQ of new hires drops by about 1 point relative to unrelated successions. That's a 2.3%, and about half a point overall in all employees. So relative to non-family transitions, family transitions lower the talent the firm brings. Finally, you might wonder that, well, choosing their successor is not random. So what we do, we actually instrument the family succession using two different instruments: the gender of the firstborn child of the departing CEO, and second, the number of sons of the departing CEO. Both instruments strongly predict family successions, and they are plausibly unrelated to employee talent. What we find is for family successions, we see a decline of 5 to 5.6 IQ points. That's about 12 to 13% relative to the average. And for all employees, we find a drop for about 4.3 IQ points, about 10%. And as you notice, the magnitude of the IV estimates are larger than the OLS, and that is what you will expect if companies that expect more difficulties in attracting talent are more likely to choose an outside CEO. Finally, our third approach is a survey design where we directly can randomize family control. We ask undergraduate and graduate students at the University of Copenhagen to evaluate 15 different synthetic job postings. In these job postings, we randomize family ownership and family control. So you can have no ownership information. The firms can be family owned or family owned and actively family controlled. And we basically hold constant wages, firm size, age, and amenities, all other characteristics. And we follow an incentive-compatible design. The primary outcome is how likely the respondent is to apply for the job in a 1 to 5 scale, with 5 being higher likelihood. What do we find? So here we have the result for all, and then we split by high GPA and low GPA students. You do see that high achieving students are less likely to apply to family firms, as well, especially if these family firms are also family controlled. So our survey results allow us to have a causal link between family control and the ability to attract employees, and they basically corroborate what we find in our administrative data. So why do family firms attract less talent? We provide evidence consistent with two different hypotheses. The first is nepotism, this surname ceiling, and the second is compensation for talent. So for nepotism, the first set of evidence is we train a machine learning model, like a random forest, to predict what should be the position of the worker in the hierarchy based on their qualifications. And we train this model in non-family firms. Then we take this model and we apply it to family firms. And for every employee, we can see the predicted position as well as the actual position. So what do we see? We see that for family relatives are actually sitting in a position above their qualifications by about half a rank, while unrelated employees sit in a position that is below their predicted qualifications by about half a rank. Okay, so you see that this pattern seems to indicate nepotism that extends throughout the hierarchy, not only the CEO positions. The second set of evidence for nepotism comes by looking directly at promotions. We do two separate tests. One is across firms. We compare promotion probabilities of non-family employees in family control versus non-family control firms. And we do find that in family control firms, promotion depends less on your IQ. And then we do analysis within family firms, comparing promotion on family-related employees versus non-family-related employees. And we do find that relatives of the controlling family are promoted more often, and this career advantage does not depend on their IQ. So overall, the evidence shows that promotions in family firms are less dependent on your ability, and they're more connected to family ties. Finally, we're looking at the second mechanism, compensation. We know from the literature on family firms that family firms pay less on average. But given our evidence, that might be because they have lower ability employees. So what we do here is we basically ask, are they also paying less for a given employee, given ability of the employee? So we estimate this log linear weights equation, AKM two-way fixed effect, to separate the individual worker fixed effect and the firm fixed effect. We do find that family firms have a lower firm fixed effect, minus 0.2, versus non-family firms, minus 0.16. So that seems that family firms pay less even for the same worker after we control for the composition of workers they have. So overall, we document substantial talent gap in family firms. Family firm employees have lower IQ scores and lower educational attainment. This gap is more pronounced on the top of the hierarchy and among high-skill occupation, where it should matter more for firm outcomes. We do provide evidence that this is something causal about family control using diff and instrumental variable methodology around CEO successions, as well as a survey experiment where we can directly randomize family control. We provide evidence consistent with two mechanisms, nepotism and compensation. And finally, what are the implications? It does seem that family control makes it harder for firms to attract and retain talent. So in family firms, there is this fundamental framework, trade-off, which is preserving the family control versus optimizing talent. And there is an open question that we don't go into this in the paper. What are the aggregate implications of this talent allocation, given how widespread family firms are around the world? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Margarita. The discussant is Jan Benna from UBC.
Okay, thank you so much for inviting me to discuss this extremely nice and fun to read paper. So the question is very simple. Does family control shape the allocation of worker talent across firms? The data is extremely unique, extremely rich, extremely sophisticated. Many things are observed by combining various data sources. There are a lot of facts that the paper shows. Employee and family firms have lower measured cognitive ability and lower educational outcomes. The gap is largest in the high hierarchy positions and high skill occupations. There are three approaches to kind of go after the question whether family control does affect worker sorting. And then there is kind of a mechanism evidence that highlights the surname ceiling in promotions, as well as lower family firm wage premium. So my discussion will focus mainly on the interpretation. The measured skill fact is very compelling and very detailed. I think the sharper question is how much of this is a family control treatment effect, how much is this two-sided matching, and whether it implies lower firm productivity or some sort of social misallocation. So when I was reading the paper, it was useful for me to organize the topics as well as the results of the paper along this kind of a four-step ladder. So the kind of on the left, the first one is this descriptive worker sorting result. Then I think there is a theme in the paper which is about this private optimal matching, where I think the right economic question is, are workers and firms choosing matches that maximize their own objectives, given wages, amenities, career paths, locations of these firms, as well as the family preferences, the families that are in the firms. I think the next step is, in this setting, are there any productivity consequences for the firms involved? That means the question would be something like, is the observed skill mix below what the firm's technology requires, and therefore there's inefficiency? And then the last, like more sort of a wish list thing, is does this imply some social misallocation, which is, would the total surplus, like surplus of the workers, surplus of the firm, and surplus of the family that controls the firm, will kind of be different under different allocation or under the different governance structure. So I think my first sort of ask for the authors, and that sort of transpires through my discussion points, I would kind of try to explicitly label which step of the analysis speaks to which of the buckets of this ladder. And then sort of, because you don't want the readers to kind of let the descriptive sorting evidence kind of to do the work of the sort of welfare analysis for them. So you want to be explicit what exactly these results mean and to what kind of areas of economic questions that are behind sort of the big theme they speak to. Okay, so I have a few comments. First is again an interpretation thing. I think the measured skill gap is not a total talent gap, I would think. So corporate productivity, I believe, depends on task fit, social skills, reliability, trust, firm-specific knowledge, motivation, kind of managerial judgment and coordination. That's one thing at the individual level. Also, many tasks inside firms are produced jointly within teams. So then it's just questions about how teams are formed, and maybe the best performing team is not the firm with the highest kind of IQ individuals. So that might sort of be some coordination and complementarities there. So I don't want to say that IQ and schooling grades do not matter, but maybe that's not the only thing that enters the production function when you think about the employee working in the firm. So I think the paper might be much strengthened and the claim might be strengthened if you actually use some sort of narrower phrasing like measured cognitive and academic skills. I think also the paper would benefit if you add proxies from broader productive attributes of workers, like so pre-entry experience, prior managerial role. In the end, you have a broad history of every Danish person in every company, so you can see that history. And then you can sort of do some sort of team measures like co-worker, roster stability things. Also, because it seems to be you have occupation codes, maybe you can map these occupation codes to some sort of through external links to some social skill occupation as well as customer contact intensity kind of occupations where maybe IQ is not the most important thing. And then these proxies then you can use, I don't know, just like my personal view. In the end, all is my view. So these proxies can sort of reveal whether family firms employ a different productive bundle rather than just focusing all over IQ. I need to go faster. Okay, so building on this, and the next thing, I would like the authors to tell me how I should think about the magnitude in relevant economic terms. There is a lot of estimates in the paper. So these things in the first bars up, this is the estimated IQ gap in terms of units of one standard deviation of the distribution. The raw gap is fairly large. If you kind of control for industry by occupation, which I understand like a job, that the estimate is about 5 times smaller. Then there is this DID, this succession, there is a different estimates and IV estimates, and again, different. So I would like to know what I should take away as like some sort of unifying notion of how big effect is. The second thing is, I don't really think in the end I care about the IQ gap. I sort of care about like how that IQ gap translates into sort of what it means for a firm in terms of productivity or performance. So maybe it's not one-to-one. I was trying to kind of look for some external guidance, like how kind of these cognitive skills are relevant for success of employees or productivity relative to something else. Maybe the magic number is 1/3. So maybe in the end, the sort of in terms of if you care about the outcomes for a firm, that will be the lower than that was estimated. And then this is also only the individual person view rather than the team view. So that might be quite complicated what the magnitude of the effect is, and I would like the authors to tell me. Okay, so then when I look at this attenuation bias from the raw estimates to this job sort of estimates, then I really think that the kind of the reduced form treatment effect of family control is very useful, but it's not the only economically relevant object in this setting. And maybe if you can kind of focus on describing that selection, you might be learning a lot about that setting. In the end, as you kind of say in the paper, there is this two-way matching when workers do choose among job bundles. And the firm owners will also offer some bundles with which will comprise the firm and with which they will enter the market. So I think in the end, this observed employment is two-sided match. And I think there is a lot of economics in there based on the results presented in the paper. I don't think, and I just kind of first attempt like how to inform the readers about what's relevant in this setting. I kind of suggested as a first step towards more sort of more sophisticated matching model. What I would do first, I would sort of ask at which nested margin IQ is associated with log earnings of employees. I would do it for the new entry employees, as you already use these entrants a lot in the paper. I would decompose the centered IQ variation into variation across markets, think about across locations, across firms within market, across jobs within firms, and within the same job cells. And then like where this sort of sensitivity of wages to these IQs, different sources of variation might be very informative. So intuition would be like, if a market or job components dominate that sorting, then the production structure, general equilibrium sorting are sort of important kind of a mechanism. If the firm within market component dominates, then the selection is about employer attractiveness and worker firm matching. And in the end, if you find that, for example, there is this flatter within job gradient of wages to IQ in family firms, which speaks to one of the results that you kind of are after, for example, using this AKM setting, that would more directly kind of be consistent with the notion that there is this lower wage reward measured for cognitive skills in those firms. That's just a suggestion where maybe to start. Another point, as you showed, and I want to highlight it just to kind of we all understand that the definition of what is a family, non-family firms, just sort of this definition of treatment is different across settings. In the raw data, in the baseline estimates, the family, non-family is based on the 3 related board members. In the succession and IV, it's this incoming CEO versus outgoing CEO. In the survey is explicitly about family ownership and family ownership and actively controlled firm. So I think these are different things. So maybe the kind of framing it as family versus non-family might be a bit confusing. I suggest you present them as some sort of complementary test that of a related but distinct family governance margins. And maybe you can sort of, if you have the data, you can sort of, around these first two margins that you use, you can sort of report how it maps into family ownership in terms of, and then like direct involvement in day-to-day operations, whether the family is directly involved in operating of the firm in the day-to-day basis. Okay, so I really like the succession evidence. I think in order to be fully compelling, I would suggest that you show some sort of dynamics before I am able to fully interpret the coefficient. Standard stuff. Do family successor firms deteriorate before the succession, or do non-family successor firms improve? Does the workforce composition change in this period? Maybe you can show us whether the succession is planned for, sudden, or associated with distress. Maybe in the end, you might even have a health data. I don't know. In Denmark, everything is possible, maybe. On the IV, for me to be fully able to interpret the IV, I need a little bit more than just statement that there is endogeneity, and therefore IV coefficient is better than the OLS coefficient, because the magnitude is really, really large. So I would like to see sort of what is the relevant complier population. So I would like you to sort of try both instruments, show some sort of heterogeneity of first stage along from size, industry, from sort of family involvement, some sort of baseline mix of skills and something like this. And to show that indeed, for me, this local average treatment effect would be credible if the instruments move succession only in firms when the family matters the most. And that would persuade me that indeed that this magnitude of that IV estimate relative to OLS estimate is justified. Comment number 5, I really like the survey. Survey is like really fun. I think it's I interpret it in a little bit more limited way than you do. I think the 2 limits are as follows. Respondents are University of Copenhagen students in finance, accounting, or economics, which I don't think is fully representative of all job seekers in Denmark. So if I think about like a history major from a university in lower, kind of a smaller city than Copenhagen, my kind of view family firms a little differently. Your data is universe of workers and firms in Denmark. So you should maybe sort of acknowledge a little bit that the kind of survey is kind of specific. Also, I kind of think that what sort of strike me is that in this, you show the job advertisement with a lots of description of how family is involved in the firm, and then you show advertisement that there is no information, that's the way I understand it, about ownership and governance of the firm. I don't know how the survey responses would look like if the non-family advertisement were shown, oh, like the firm is owned by US private equity firm, or the firm is a subsidiary of a German conglomerate that is operating in Denmark. I don't know. It's an empirical question. What is in the mind of the people when they fill the survey and they see no information, but I think it will be very informative. Another thing is actually you randomize salary in those job advertisements. So I think you actually can use this randomized salary as a family signal expressed in an annual wage equivalence, because you can actually kind of see how much additional wage I need to advertise so they have the same propensity to apply for the job by the thing. So I think it will be extremely, extremely nice. I think I'm out of time. Okay. Oh, okay. So certainly nepotism is plausible. I thought a lot about like how to do it, how to show it in a different setting. It's really, really hard. I have two requests on these things. I like the random forest prediction thing. I need a lot more information about this random forest. I don't even think I know what is the set of features that you use. I even do not know whether you use the features that are sort of almost mechanically correlated with promotion, like tenure with the firm or prior experience. I think in the table 12, actually tenure is not there. And I think I talked about it because I think the promotion decision is conditional on what happened before. So in order to, for me to fully, and that's the second point on this promotion thing, in order for me to understand the promotion, I kind of need to know what is the potential the people that are promotable, how they enter the firm, what is the entry rank, what is the entry occupation, and then whether they exit or get promoted. So I would study the promotion in the context of the overall sort of this career path. There are other comments that I skip. Overall, this is a very strong paper because it measures worker skill unusually well and studies an important governance question. The core fact is very, very well established. I have like about 6 areas of comments that I hope will make the paper stronger in terms of interpretation. Overall, is excellent data and important results. I think the sharper frame will turn this strong sorting fact into very clear contribution about governance and human capital allocation.
Whoa. You asked a question before, I don't know where I was, sorry. Raghu?
Just a question along the lines of the discussion, which is, you don't see very many hedge funds which are family owned and controlled. Presumably that's because you don't see hedge funds which are family owned and controlled. Presumably they focus a lot on skills. But skills aren't everything. Maybe you want loyalty. And the higher up in the firm, the more you're willing to pay in skills for loyalty. You're willing to trade off the two. So could this be that family stands in for some other thing that you need in the production function in the businesses that families are in? And that actually goes up as you go up the hierarchy, which would account for the results that you see somewhat. But great paper, interesting results.
I wonder if you look at only the family businesses that have high IQ CEOs, whether they look different. So I would be interested in seeing comparisons within family firms of the very talented by your measure and the less talented, just to see what the comparison looks like on that dimension.
Thanks. I was just wondering if you could give us a sense of whether this has and what's the magnitude of any impact on firm productivity. Because obviously family firms are making very different decisions, and preserving control in the family is important. It's not just purely nepotism. So does it really matter at all? And related to that, if I understood correctly, you're capping to firms that are not super large just to be able to measure on the family side. If you look in the US, the larger family firms are making very different decisions in terms of having professional CEOs or not, right? And I imagine that's like, you know, they face a lot of competition. They really care about the allocation of talent. If you could tell us a little bit more about the distribution of the impact across the distribution of firm size, it would be very interesting.
So great paper, and we have a lot of literature on family firms. I believe everything they said, you know, with the caveats on methodology by the discussant. So I just want to make some quick suggestions that could solidify the results and help them. So one thing is, since you know everything about everything, as we know from working with these kinds of data sets, so the distance from the CEO might be something to see. It's different if it's your brother or your third cousin. Second thing, how about firms that are run by founders rather than firms that are run by family down the line? I think, you know, there's research about founders, and that should be different. I also thought about family controlled and family run, as the discussant said. And the last comment is, you said at the very beginning that family members may prefer to be there because of the stability, family connection, so on. Since you know everything about everything, you also know about family members who don't work in the firm. So maybe you can make some comparisons and make some headway along these lines.
Okay, we'll do Antoinette and then Jeremy. You go last. Okay, Jeremy, go ahead. Yeah.
Very similar to Ragu's comment about loyalty. We think that growing up in a firm gives you a tremendous amount of firm-specific capital. I'm willing to bet that the kids of people in this room are way better at economics than you think based on their SAT scores. Certainly yours.
Why don't we give the authors a chance to the bottom? Go ahead.
So, okay, can you hear me well? Okay, so thanks so much for all the comments, and to Jan for a wonderful discussion. About the type of skills that. Okay, yeah, let me stand. About the type of skills that, you know, might differ from family to non-family firm. It is true that it might be that family firms are, you know, choosing based on different characteristics, as you suggest. The one thing though is that I don't have the, you know, what is the correlation in the population between loyalty and IQ, for example. But if you look at other correlations which are related to loyalty, for example, trust in others, willingness to cooperate, those actually are positively correlated to IQ. So if you are just choosing based on loyalty and stuff like that, you won't find a negative result on IQ. So that's one comment. In terms of what is the difference between firms that have high IQ CEOs, I don't know the answer to that. And to some extent, this relates to Carola's questions about, you know, can you say anything about the largest family firms? And in these regards, I completely agree with you that the very large family firms, from anecdotally, are sometimes run a lot more efficiently than these small firms. One reason is maybe the selection. That's why they got to be big, and so they have some management systems in place that allows them to grow bigger. For example, specifically to the question of this indirect effect of nepotism, the fact that if you know that the son or the daughter of the owners are going to become CEOs, that will prevent you from, a non-family member prevent you from joining a firm. Anecdotally, there are mechanisms in place that these large family firms put in place that actually help you with that. For example, sometimes they nominate a third person who is outside the family, who is going to make the decision when the time comes, presumably perhaps to avoid this. But having said that, I don't, our sample is restricted to the smallest family firm. The other thing about large firms is that if you have, a very large firm, given the size of the families, in a sense, family sizes are relatively constant across the firm distribution. And so, the bigger the firm, the more room for other people that are not the family to reach those positions. In terms of the magnitude, how much does it impact, measures of, return on assets? We have a very preliminary result in the paper. We really should do more. We really don't know exactly how to implement that regression. We just have a correlation between some measures of performance and average firm IQ, but that might not be the right way to do it. It might be that the right way to do it is by looking at looking at the top of the distribution or the senior positions. So we really don't know at this point what is in a sense, the production function as it relates to the talent of the employees. Thank you, Avi, for all of these suggestions. And I think that I already, yeah, okay, yes.
Why don't we go with Gail?
Thanks. Curiosity, and I'm sorry if I missed this. Have you looked at the IQs of family member employees versus non-family member employees? And is your effect driven by that?
Okay, actually, it's slightly related to that. And I was wondering if there are different attributes or reasons to promote family firms. Could it be loyalty or family control, etc.? Do you sort of balance that off by creating another position? So think I'm a family member, I'm the CEO, IQ is low, but now I have a COO with high IQ to sort of compensate and do all the other good stuff.
Look at the allocation of different siblings, like is the sibling that goes into the firm. So the allocation of siblings, or are you choosing to bail out the lowest IQ versus like it's sort of the Michael versus Fredo assignment within the family firm? And I think if you have any of these research designs that generate a shock to IQ, then that's like an instrument for IQ that you can look at the return in firm performance to IQ, and then you can use that to benchmark kind of this gap and think about the effect for firm performance. So I was thinking about maybe exploiting it that way.
Yeah, Paige?
So my question gets back to thinking about the what's the objective function of the family-owned firm? And so my thought is that even hiring non-family members, they may face some constraints. And sort of the story I have in my mind is that you may feel pressure to hire the son of your best friend who maybe dropped out of high school and is not very smart. And so I think one way to possibly get at that is if you can see geographic concentration, are they more likely to hire from sort of where the family itself grew up?
Maybe one more quick question. So I really like this type of analysis. But I thought maybe we're asking too much from your Danish data, but the more you can use maybe the within firm organizational structure to tell you something about what is being traded off here. That, many people have said this already, right? But let's say if you often hear that in family firms, they have actually a lower cost of governance because they have people who they love, and they know that the people in response love them because you gave somebody with low IQ a chance to become, a supervisor who would in another firm never have had it. So I'm just wondering whether you can see maybe that these lower IQ people that get promoted, right, are the ones that maybe are leading very productive, divisions or something, if this is possible. The other thing, though, I also thought is that, and maybe you are starting to do this, is to see that if a family firm either breaks from the tradition to hire an inside CEO, right, and a professional outside CEO, and maybe even the quality of the CEO, who's most surprised? Because you might think that, the low IQ insiders that were promoted when the son of the founder was there all the time should then be the one most worried about what's now going to go on with this firm, right? Are they the ones leaving? Are they the ones who are now seeing salary drops? While the people that, are the more standard smart workers, right, are feeling empowered when you see these internal things. Now, of course, identification is an issue, but even just documenting it, I think would be really super.
So we have enough time, Emanuele, Tanya, you guys have the last two questions.
Yeah, I mean, most questions have been asked, but I want to just double down on the productivity angle. I think like what's unique about your data is that you can actually use a lot of the science because you see health shocks and a bunch of things that are unrelated to productivity. So I think it's very hard for me to make up what the paper is about if we don't know the correlation with productivity. It's a paper about families versus a paper about IQ. The comment more specifically is that I think a lot of this is assuming that it's the person that is hiring family people or people with lower IQ. Your survey experiment aims to test whether it's people who select into firms differentially. And so I think all of the questions are about the former, but it could be that what's interesting about your paper is that you can say something about people perceptions about family firms and how this spills over into productivity and the selection and so on and so forth. So disentangling them a bit more structurally would be helpful.
Tanya?
So IQ is only available for males, right? So this paper is about male sorting. Can it be that dumber men using your measure of IQ into family-owned firms versus maybe smart women sorting those firms as well, because these types of firms provide good jobs for women, like more secure, less firing type of trajectories? Can you say something like, even like, what is the share of females in non-family versus family-owned firms? And I want to dial down on Jan's comment about relevance of IQ for the management type jobs, high hierarchy type of jobs that you are looking at. Maybe for us, having high IQ is a good signal for you can do models and whatever. But in management type of jobs, probably EQ, emotional intelligence, is much more important than the ability to do math, right? So can you have maybe survey evidence on that to figure out maybe there's some trade-offs there?
Why don't you take about 3 minutes? Final thoughts, and then we'll go on.
A lot of the questions, thank you. A lot of the questions and comments are about things that we can do, and I thank you for those suggestions. Somebody asked, Yael, I don't know if you heard me. So we've made sure that we've taken out family members, and the results hold. Tanya, thank you for your questions as well. It's true that the IQ measures, this is the test is only for men. And so most of the analysis is on this sample. We have an extended sample in the paper where instead of IQ, we use grades from high school and just completion of high school, and the results are very, very similar. The other thing is, a lot of questions have been here about, IQ, is this the right measure? Should we look at, EQ or, loyalty? And our comment here is that, there are like mainly two ways to think about, features of employees. There is the traditional AKM approach, where you just look at, how people get compensated and you extract the individual fixed effect. And that has a nice feature, which is this is a price, and you actually see how much firms are paying for this specific employee once you control for everything else. So it's very nice in the sense that, you are using the firm, whatever the firm is paying for, you say, well, this is value relevant. The problem with that is the same as the advantage, which is, you might be paying for stuff that is not value relevant. For example, some employees might have, higher bargaining ability, or they might work more hours, and those will show up in the individual fixed effect. The other approach, this is one approach with the drawbacks. The other approach is what we're doing, which is let's look at, instead of looking at the price, at how much firms are paying for individuals, let's look at directly at their characteristics, right? It has the advantage that you really know what you are measuring, but it has a disadvantage, as you mentioned, that we don't have, even in this Danish data, we don't have the universe of characteristics, right? And so it's kind of a trade-off between using a measure that might be too messy and using a measure that might not be complete in a sense. So that's
All right, thank you very much, everyone. And if you're like me, you can feel that the air conditioning is starting to work just in time for lunch. So we'll be back.
So like in Ross, it's way on that side. So
That's the, Yep. A lot of, right. And a lot of,
How are you?
And US. You go and ask them, have their own thing. It's like. Hey. I get it. All right, please come on in. Come on in, everyone. Have a seat. Please come on in. Come on in, everyone. We're just about to get started. All right, we're starting up the next session. The next paper is Dissecting the Consequences of Bankruptcy in Consumer Product Markets, Evidence from Retail Transactions. It looks like Gustavo is going to present for us.
Thank you so much for having the paper in the program and for assigning an excellent discussant. Gustavo Cortez from University of Florida. This is joint work with my colleague Murilo Campello and Sergio Rocha in Monash University. So let me give you the paper's big picture real quick. So corporate finance theory is very mature in terms of, testable predictions of how financial distress affects product market decisions, right? So you have many models that talk about, how firms set up their pricing strategies, how much to produce, when to enter different markets, when to exit them. And testing these predictions has always been much harder in this literature because it, until more recently, hasn't been trivial to observe actual product level data, right? So to look at product market topics, ideally you would like to have granular product level data. But what a literature has done, and we learned a great deal from those papers mostly in the 90s and the early 2000s. Lots of people in the room here contributed to that. But they have done so looking at more aggregate level of information, right? So for example, SIC codes on industry aggregates, trying to proxy for more granular industries, also some price indices whenever trying to see, price responses. The problem with that is that unfortunately those aggregations, they conflate the extensive margin from the intensive margin. It's hard to see, the decisions of product exit and sales of continuing products, separating between prices and quantities, so on and so forth, right? So we are in a stage now that we can ask the following question: can we now improve, given the more recent data that we have been getting access to, in the last few decades? Can we improve upon and discuss product markets with actual, literally product market data, right? Product level data. And this is what this paper is going to do, right? So we're going to use Nielsen's retail scanner data, where products are identified by barcodes, right? So you observe for each single product, their prices, quantity sold, which stores they're being sold at, and what are their shelf neighbors? What are the products competing with those products that you observe, right? So this paper is going to focus on two things, right? We're going to focus on bankruptcy filings, not only because it is obviously a very important corporate event, right? So it's the most and one of the most important and severe events of financial distress that a firm can go through, but also because in our sense here, we want to see those product market decisions being made. It also serves as a nice, sharp public signal that the firm will start to think and rethink their product market strategies. They need to reorganize. They need to think about what went wrong, what could go, we can make go right in the future. We're going to focus on bankruptcies in the consumer goods sector. Well, it makes sense to focus on the consumer goods section in our setting because this is where we get the most substantial granularity, right? So we are able to observe about 300 million retail transactions, right? So we're able to get into all those difficult points that we mentioned in the earlier literature, unfortunately could not do back in the day because of lack of data. And also it has tremendously good coverage, right? In the data providers such as Nielsen, they cover about almost 100 retail chains in the United States, 2,700 counties, so pretty good coverage of the territory of the country. It is estimated that they cover more than half of the US food consumption and more than half of the drugstore sales. So again, very substantial, reliable coverage of that part of the market. Now, focusing on just one particular sector of the economy comes with the fact that we're losing the forest. We're focusing on just one tree, but this is a pretty big tree, right? We're talking about a sector that employs directly and indirectly about 22 million workers and contributes to about $2.5 trillion to the US GDP, according to this PwC study from a couple of years ago. So there's a lot of stuff that we do with the data. I'm not going to have time to cover every single result. So I just want to give you a more general preview of the main findings that we have in the paper. We're going to find at the firm level that bankrupt firms experience a long-lasting, we follow that response for over 2 years. So it's a long-lasting decline in sales, the number of products, the stores at which they sell those products, and after they file for bankruptcy. This is all relative to similarly, behaving firms that are in a similar situation as them, right? So this is not a situation in which you have a bankrupt firm with a fully healthy firm. No, these are firms that are very comparable from an ex-ante point of view. County exit is 60% larger in what we call product deserts, right? So there's this literature, if you're familiar with the more, mostly in the development economics part, called food deserts, right? People are worried about the access to products, access to food, and have more diverse menu of products to buy. So there are locations in the country that are very far from the large retailers that usually have more variety of products. In our concept here, since we don't talk only about food, this is a kind of a broader concept, also a product desert in that sense. We also find that firms, once they have to reorganize and they file for bankruptcy, they are also pruning their product portfolios. So they basically take that as an opportunity to start realizing, okay, which products are more helpful to get me out of this situation, which products are better off if I just discontinue them, right? We find that firms, not kind of a natural response here, they retain the high quality products, they retain those products that are more important for their shares, but in a more nuanced way, we also find that these firms also keep their high beta products. So we calculate a measure akin to the asset pricing beta. So it's just how much the consumption of this particular product co-varies with a more aggregate consumption category. And we use that as a measure of, are you going to bet on those, are you going to continue those products that have a higher chance of giving you a higher upside if things improve? And we actually find that those firms are taking that bet, right? They're betting for resurrection in that sense. Then we go to the product level, which is obviously where the most important contribution of the paper is. And we find that those continuing products, they lose sales through lower quantities, not prices, right? Because for the first time, we're able to separate prices from quantities. We actually find that those firms that are, the average firm filing for bankruptcy is not actually dropping, changing too much their pricing policies. The only exception to that is when you consider firms that are liquidating, right? Because almost part of the nature of the liquidation process is that you also have to start getting rid of your inventories to generate cash flows. So that is the only way, that we observe changes in your pricing policies. Those firms undergoing liquidation, they cut prices more than rivals, which is something interesting. One of the papers that we learned a lot from is this 2020 QJE by Ryan Kim, in which there's more of a general reaction of fire sales. Like in our case, we only find that for the very extreme cases where firms are going through liquidation and not just reorganization. And then finally, last result I'm going to talk today is that rivals engage in localized price wars. So the rivals are watching their competitors and they're looking, there's a sign of weakness. They're basically taking that opportunity, right? They're going after those products and after those locations that they know that they can compete for and grab market share, right? So we find that they compete for those customers, and in a smart way, they only cut prices on the stores and the aisles that they compete, right? Because now we're able to see the granularity of the data. We can get to literally to the aisle of a supermarket, and we see those are the products that the rivals are attacking, right? And again, they hit it where it hurts the most. They don't just grab market share out of any product. They target exactly the products that the firms are going to bet more on. So those products that are higher sales share, but also those higher beta products. So this is, just now that you have a sense of where we're going with the paper, let me just tell you a little bit about the data. This is what the Nielsen data looks like. Here you have a sample firm that operates in two departments. One is dry grocery, the other is dairy. Then in dairy, you break it down by two groups. You have milk and cheese. And then, even within, cheese, you have even more granular category here called module. And then all the way down to the actual product, which we know as a barcode, right? So very typical data has been used by many researchers over time. So I'm going to go a little bit quicker here. We get all the data between 2006 and 2020. We're talking about 6 million products. And we link that to the manufacturers using a GS1 crosswalk, right? Now, for the bankruptcy data, we're not going to reinvent the wheel. We're just going to get the data from the standard sources. So we have, Lopuki, SDC, FJC, Capital IQ. In our sector of the consumer goods industry, we have 227 cases, right? 31 are publicly traded companies with a very large portfolio of products, but the vast majority are private firms. So about, close to 200 firms are private firms. There are some famous cases that people remember, right? So the case of Eastman Kodak, Hostess Brands that produces the Twinkies, Dean Foods. What we do with that information, since it's a relatively small sample of bankruptcies, that actually gives us an opportunity to grab a lot of detail about them, right? So we start looking at the Bloomberg terminal to learn more about those particular bankruptcy filings. For those that we are not able to find in the terminal, we now take advantage of, LLMs to learn more about this. So the LLM reads court filings, SEC filings, newspaper articles, and we end up getting 157 for which we have a lot more detail. We just, this is just a visualization of what the bankruptcies look like. When we ask the LLM to tell us what are the main reasons behind those bankruptcies, you can see that a vast majority of those bankruptcies is firm level, right? So it's something very idiosyncratic. Something happened with the firm at the firm level that triggered that bankruptcy, right? You have some cases in the worst years of the macroeconomy, of course, that are basically triggered by the macro conditions. But, the average year, we're talking more than half, maybe 2/3 of the bankruptcies are idiosyncratic. So we also take that as an opportunity to say, hey, there's a lot of heterogeneity here. There's all kinds of reasons why firms are going bankrupt in this sector that we're focusing on. So how about we look at, different cases in which one type of bankruptcy, which is completely driven by choices of the manager. So think about bankruptcies that are driven by fraud, right? So the manager started to embezzle the financial accounts and so on and so forth. But other types of bankruptcies could be for things that are completely out of their control, right? So we're actually asking our LLM to also consider, find if these bankruptcies is a shock triggered case, right? So the LLM does a pretty good job, given that it has a lot of information from that previous step, that we have a lot of detail about these cases. It does a pretty good job, for example, it classifies out of those 220 cases, 54 that are shock triggered. So here's an example, right? There's this company. Before the global financial crisis, there was an input cost spike for their input that was resin. They were, housewares. They could not stand weather that shock. This one is a small company. I actually looked them up over the internet. It's a very small family, company. They lost their major contract, right? So Home Depot, a huge retailer, just dropped that contract. They could not weather that shock either. Quantum Foods had to do with troop withdrawals, right? One of the waves of withdrawals from troops in the Afghanistan war made that company lose a major contract, and that actually led them to file for bankruptcy. Now, those that are not included, again, it also serves as a sanity check. The model is doing, sensible choices here. For example, Ironclad was about accounting fraud. Orchid Paper was an over budget expansion. Enjoy was a failed product launch that generated a cash shortfall. And the nice feature is that, this is, in the best sense of the word, pretty much a random sample, right? It's not particularly concentrated in any year, right? Bad luck events could happen in any year. So you can see here, it's pretty much sprinkled across the entire time sample. And it shows up also when we look at the characteristics of those firms, right? So those firms are, when we run those tests, they don't look any different from the general bankruptcy sample distribution. So what we're going to do with that, we're going to use a firm matching strategy first, and we're going to do very similar to what Fracassi and co-authors did in their JF paper in 2022. So we're matching firms to 3 similar controls. Those 3 controls never filed for bankruptcy, and we're going to match them on firm size. That's the total sales. We're matching them on sales growth, so that's their recent trajectory, right? Their performance. Number of unique products, so you'll get a sense of their portfolio size. and number of stores, so their geographic footprint, if you will. So we're going to call this as a cohort, right? So we have a cohort of firms, this treated firm and the three controls, and we're going to use a stack panel estimation. So, just for an interest of time, this is a simple regression where we have firm cohort fixed effects. So we're comparing firms within a cohort before and after the filing, and time cohort fixed effects comparing a bankrupt firm with only its controls in the same year month. So this is what it looks like, for those four outcomes. You see that those firms, even, when you look at the full match sample, the blue line, of course, the confidence intervals are tighter because we have a larger sample, we have more power, but even in the shock triggered sample that we have, we also have the same behavior. We see that firms are dropping dramatically, and for a long period of time, their sales growth, product growth, store presence, and even county presence, right? So these portfolios are shrinking. Well, now we ask, what are the products shrinking, right? Which ones do they choose to pick? So I already gave you a sense in the beginning of the presentation. Let me just show you what the product beta looks like. That's our measure of risk that they're going to use in making their decision of which products to keep. So this is, again, just a regression of sales of the product on the department's entire aggregate sales. And then you can see there's a lot of variation, right? So for example, if you're selling electronics, tapes, if you're selling photographic supplies, you have very much of a pro-cyclical set of products, right? If you're selling kitchen hardware, you have a very counter-cyclical, and a bunch of others will stay here in between -1 and 1. So this is the regression that shows you firm product exit. This is just a probit that, if the product ceases to exist, it's 1, if not 0. And you can see here, the higher the beta, the less likely they're going to drop that product. Of course, the higher the quality, also less likely that they will drop that product. Higher the revenue share, higher the margin share. So things start, they're making sense. They're betting for resurrection. Now we ask the following question, for the products that remain in, active, if they're being sold, do they keep selling, right? And we see that this comes, we already knew that from the event study plot, the sales growth drops, but mostly because of quantity growth that is dropping, right? Price growth is not changing much. This firms is not changing their price policies all too much. But then you might ask yourself, hey, there's a lot of heterogeneity going on, so maybe the average effect's not telling the whole story. So we now put a dummy for the liquidated firms, and you see that, yes, in that case, those firms that need to liquidate, they need to generate cash flows, these are the ones that actually change their pricing policies, right? And now we're just going to finalize the paper with this. I think it showcases very well the quality and the granularity of the data, right? So this is what we're going to see, the price wars at the aisle, at the store aisle. So here's what we're going to do. So if you're the competitor of a distressed firm, you have the incentives to take advantage of that, right? So you know that your rival is weakened, and you have your incentive to deviate from your long-run pricing policy so you can grab market share. You can grab some of those consumers your way, right? But you only have incentives to do that where you compete with that person, with that other firm that is going through bankruptcy. So how are we going to identify that effect? So we have a system here we call close versus far rival products, right? So this is a typical situation. You're having a store A. You have the bankrupt milk. Let's say this is the red labeled milk. And we have the competitor here in the same aisle of store A. It's the orange label one. And we are going to compare across stores, the same rival milk in a same chain store without the bankrupt product. So this is an estimation that absorbs product shocks because we're looking at the exact same product and we're comparing different stores, right? So this is an estimation that will get rid of one part of the variation and focus on store level variation. Now, the other one is we focus on, we fix the store now, but now we have to vary the product, right? That's where the identification is going to come from. Varying the product, we're just going to think about, hey, if this milk here, the competitor's milk, is changing a lot in store A, but not their heavy cream, then it's just because they want to grab market share from the bankrupt milk, right? If those two stories are true at the same time, then we have more and more evidence that these guys are fighting for that market share. And this is exactly what we find, right? So both within products across stores, these prices are falling. They're falling exactly at those products that we know the bankrupt firm is going to target. And in the other one within stores across products, also same way. Okay. So I don't have time to talk about any robustness. Let me just conclude. Firms in bankruptcy experience immediate and persistent contractions in sales, product portfolios, retail availability, and geographic reach. They retain products that, with greater consumption sensitivity, meaning they bet on resurrection. Those continuing products lose sales through quantities, with fire sales emerging only in liquidation. And product market rivals engage in very localized, perhaps the most sharply identified kind of price wars in the literature so far. They cut prices only in the store aisles where they compete directly with products from bankrupt firms. Thank you.
So first of all, thank you so much, Amr and Antoinette, for asking me to discuss this. One of the things I love about this paper is that it goes back to a set of questions that we know are very important and people have been thinking about for quite a while. David's paper and Brander and Lewis and the empirical work Gordon and others have done. So it really picks up on some issues that are very important for understanding industry structure and industry dynamics, such as creative destruction process and so on. So a big problem in our challenge, I should say, in this literature all along has been the causality issue. And so things more recently have gone in two directions, the structural modeling folks and the folks that are taking advantage of the much more granular data that we have and the big data and computing capability to actually do an interesting job with it at this point. So this paper goes in the latter direction. Now, the background here is that obviously we're looking at firms in bankruptcy. It's important to think about kind of what the general process is intended to do here. So what's happening is firms are either going to liquidate, and I'll come back in a second to say why I have or sell in parentheses here, or they reorganize and emerge as an ongoing company. So you can always think of this in terms of both sides of the balance sheet. And we, again, in terms of our research, tend to think more about the liability side. Companies have to reduce their debt in order to be able to emerge as an ongoing company. It's equally as important what happens on the asset side of the balance sheet. And we know that distressed firms do a substantial amount of asset restructuring. It's very difficult to look at, not just because of the granularity, but when we were looking at things like book value and so on, for distressed firms, those numbers are almost meaningless. So having this kind of information about how these product decisions are made is really a huge contribution in understanding what's going on the asset side of the balance sheet. The other thing that has to happen when companies reorganize is they have to demonstrate to their creditors in the court that the company is going to have a feasible business plan afterward, and that's going to be very cash flow driven. And that will come back into some of the comments I have in a second about what do you think is driving the decisions that they're making on the operating side. So Gustavo did a nice job already explaining the methodology. It's almost entirely different versions of a stacked different methodology where they're changing the left-hand side variable. This can be done both at the firm level and at the product level. And the product level is especially nice because they can do this exercise for what they call shelf neighbors, where you have a very similar product, same store. I'll show you the hierarchy in just a second, but we can think of them as sitting in the same place in the same store, basically not the same item, but very closely related. And so the nice thing again about the second level here is you can control at an extremely granular level for demand shocks to that specific store within a specific location. Okay, so there's a lot of findings in this paper. I think what's happening is you're getting so much interest in your paper, you're getting lots of different discussants, and each is kind of giving you a different bit of a direction here. So what I want to try and do is maybe consolidate this for you a little bit and free up some real estate with some ones that I don't find as convincing, and hopefully convince you to focus on some of the others that I will highlight. So again, you explain what you meant by these shock triggered filings based on large language model. And I'm the last one to not find it interesting about what drives firms into bankruptcy, but I don't quite think that's doing a whole lot for you. I'll come back to that. What did grab me much more so was that thinking both, again, at the firm level and the product level, what happens when these firms file. And it has some nice implications in terms of thinking about after a company is in bankruptcy, what happens not just at the product level, but also from a more economic sense in a particular geographic area, counties, this idea of product deserts. It's got some interesting social implications that you try and draw a parallel to what people have thought about it, food deserts and so on. Again, I'll explain in a second why I would chop liquidated versus reorganized, and along with that, fire sales. Again, the interesting part to me is really digging back into this product market decision and competitive predatory behavior that is very hard to look at without the kind of information that you have. Okay, so I picked up a slightly different example than you guys focus on in your paper. I think you talk about first crackers and then you talk about milk. Perfect. I picked up I hate to do this after lunch, but picked up Pilgrim's Pride, went through a bankruptcy restructuring a couple years ago. They are one of the large chicken part providers in the supermarkets that you go to. So is the hierarchy itself is not so much what's interesting here, but I drew this out to point out two of the key measures that you're using in the paper that I think you can use in a slightly different way. The first one you didn't quite have time to get into, but if I go all the way down to the product level, right? This is the UPC codes that you see that go through the scanners. At that product level, well, first of all, they're organized by these modules. There's a measure of quality that again was used in the prior literature looking just at food, which is the difference from the median price. And I'm not sure that I always want to interpret that as quality, because again, in this chicken example, you know, a chicken thigh, whether I buy it in a 2-pound package or a 10-pound package, I'm not sure there's a big difference in quality here. But where I do think it may be more helpful, and you can exploit a bit more in your paper, it's maybe a nice measure of the uniqueness of the product. So if I were looking at something like television sets or a small appliance where the manufacturer makes a stripped down model for lower end customers and then one with more bells and whistles for higher end customers, there you're getting something about they may be designing or providing a unique product that is much less similar to what's being provided by other manufacturers. So I think you can use that to get at this product heterogeneity in a little different way than you're suggesting in the paper. The other piece that I want to visit a little bit is this product beta, which I know you have an asset pricing mindset here, running a regression on quote market, meaning the total department sales of a product. But again, I have a bit different struggle with the interpretation of that product beta. So let me dig into some of the specific findings that I find especially interesting and maybe surprising. So when you look at the pictures that you showed us, you see extremely strong effects that kick in right at filing. And to me, when you're thinking about asset restructuring, that's very surprising for a bunch of reasons. One is that it's hard to find instances where the firm is not distressed in some or starting to become distressed before it files. If I go to my chicken example a second ago, what was happening with this firm was they they had a bad strategy. And I guess I won't get into the details of what was wrong with their strategy for processing chicken for the sake of vegetarians here. But it was an obviously flawed operating strategy, right? But what happened was then when there was a shock to the price of feed, their input, then they hit a big liquidity crisis and they couldn't get away with that bad operating strategy anymore. So my point is there's often a lot more going on here than you're really able to detect with those LLMs. It's not causing much of a difference in your results anyway. I'm not sure it's a very helpful exercise here. So anyways, focusing on I think is interesting and surprising is that you see these big effects at filing. Again, surprising to me because you don't see many cases where firms go into bankruptcy and then figure out what to do, what we typically call free fall bankruptcies. Firms come out of bankruptcy very quickly, which also suggests they've kind of figured it out beforehand. So I think there's a bit of a different take on what's driving why you see things at filing. And we know from our other bankruptcy related work, and I'm looking for Sam in the audience here, but what bankruptcy is largely being used for, especially these days, is to execute a change of control. So either you're turning over control to a new owner who used to be your debt holders, or very frequently now what we see is that a large proportion of these companies are sold in whole or in part in bankruptcy. So the key event here is that you're, in many of these cases, is that you're getting a change in control. And now the new owner can come in and fix that strategy or execute on that strategy that for whatever reason, the original owner wasn't doing a good job pairing unprofitable products and things like that. It also kind of tells us that if they're failing to do this before they file and you need this change of control to get somebody to start really doing the asset restructuring that we need, that would explain in part why we see so many out-of-court restructurings fail. Because without that change in control, they just keep doing the same bad operating strategy. Okay, so coming back to this product beta, I took the quote right from your paper, what they're trying to measure here. So sensitivity to aggregate consumption fluctuations. And I reminded myself at the bottom, consumption relative to department, which is already dairy in your milk example. You try and categorize this as cyclical or pro-cyclical, counter-cyclical, and so on. I'm not sure that you can think of that in this setting. Perfect. Where you're talking about a set of companies that has a failing product, right? So if I take the example where I've got one major product that is just going to become obsolete, it's unlikely to have, it's likely to have a beta close to zero, right? It's just heading towards zero no matter what. So what I think may be going on, because the classifications that you get out of this make sense. Consumer, the Kodak example, right? So those kinds of products, consumer durables are kind of what you're calling higher risk. I'm wondering if this is kind of very highly correlated with profitability. So, and along with that uniqueness, meaning nobody else can come in and kind of replicate that product very easily. So I went and we talked about this at lunch. I went and I asked a couple people, like, is my thinking wrong about what firms consider when they decide to cut a product or not? And the key answer across the board is they think about profitability, right? It raises the question of why didn't they get rid of the unprofitable products before that? But again, that may have to do with the issue of you really need a change of control to do that. So it may be that it really is profitability that's driving their decision, and that's what you're picking up with this product beta, rather than something that sounds more like an economic beta that should vary over the business cycle and so on. Okay, so again, the next really interesting thing that I see that I found in your paper was this figuring out which products are discontinued. And it's very sensible. I copied a piece of your regressions on the left there. Products that are more overall important to overall revenues, a bigger share of that module, more quality. Again, you're less likely to discontinue a product, so the negative sign, if its quality is better. I, again, would probably interpret that more as uniqueness, that somebody else can't supply that product. The product beta, again, you're very much interpreting this parallel to the asset pricing literature, which is this is a measure of risk taking. These companies are cash flow constrained, right? They've got to get out of bankruptcy by describing or demonstrating that they've got enough cash flow to have a positive value going forward. To me, it seems, and to the folks that I talk to, it's really driven more by evaluating SKU by SKU. What's the profitability? Do we need to keep this product? It's also interesting that they keep a lot of what we would say are unprofitable products regardless. And there you have to think a little bit about this relationship between producers and retailers, right? So the producers can't just, going back to my chicken example, they can't just sell to a supermarket thighs and not drumsticks, right? Or not chicken breasts, right? The retailers want that range of product for them. So these decisions about product by product may apply to some of the kinds of firms, the kinds of products that you have, but for others, it's not really a decision that's within the control of the producers. The other thing that happens when companies file for bankruptcy is the retailers have to worry about, is their supply going to be cut off, right? And so that's where the interesting dynamics come in about how rivals might behave, because if I've got a Walmart or a Target, whoever, who doesn't want to all of a sudden have an empty shelf where their small appliances used to be, that's where the rivals can come in and perhaps argue, we're going to be much more stable, we're going to be there, we may even come in at a lower price. This is the opportunity for those rivals to jump in and take market share. So again, this also gets at the issue of your interpretation of product deserts. Product deserts kind of implies that these consumer goods firms are, they're the ones deciding where these products get placed, right? And very often it's the retailer, especially when you're talking about the larger ones, Walmart, Target, the grocery store chains and so on. It's the retailers that have say in where the products are going. These things get shipped to a distribution center and then Walmart or whoever gets to decide where they go after that. So again, the things that I find really fascinating here, where the granularity really helps you, is on this competitive behavior, decisions to enter or exit. And I won't go through the design of the experiment here, which I thought was very clever, just in the interest of time, but I would just kind of reiterate here, you have to think about what things are under control of the consumer goods manufacturer and what things are really being determined at the retailer level. It could be that even if a rival comes in and is willing to or happy to take over that market share at a lower price point to the retailer doesn't necessarily have to cut the price. The retailer could keep the higher margin. So I think you need to think a little bit more about why that might explain some of your results, that you see things on volume, but you don't see things on price. And I think a lot of this you can test quite a bit more directly by looking at how market shares change within the groups of competitors for a particular product. So a lot of really interesting stuff in here. I would suggest perhaps focusing on the things that kind of tie back into that original literature that you started from in a really kind of unique and interesting way. And within that, if you start to think about this producer-retailer relationship, you may have a bit different interpretation on some of these tests. And also, I think in the last case, suggest a couple of additional different tests that I would do, such as using differences in product quality to really, or I should say product uniqueness, to really differentiate behavior for some types of consumer goods manufacturers versus others. But really fascinating. And thank you again for the chance to discuss.
So one thing that wasn't clear is this like destruction that enhances industry efficiency in the aftermath of this? Are consumers better off, worse off? What are the reallocation effects?
Thank you. Just to follow up on one of Edith's points, we have a early paper with Gordon on bankruptcy, and what we found in that paper using census data was that a lot of sales of assets happen during bankruptcy, and the high TFP stuff actually gets sold in bankruptcy as opposed to out of bankruptcy. So I'm wondering, have you checked whether these products are still made by the same manufacturer or under a new manufacturer? And also, can you figure out what happens in the post-market to the plants left owned by the manufacturer, the product lines owned by the manufacturer, versus the product lines that go to a new buyer? And do the competitors act differently across those two different styles of actions.
So to echo Edie, the fact that these bankrupt firms are dropping entire product lines makes me wonder how much of this is the demand side, where we have changes in consumer demand and endogenous pricing decisions, and how much of it is the supply side, where, as you mentioned, these bankrupt firms are losing key contracts with their own suppliers. You had a couple examples, for example, of losing contracts with Home Depot. One thing that you could do would be to look at the bankruptcy dockets and do heterogeneity by how much they're talking about losing key contracts with their own trade suppliers. Another thing that you could do would be look at settings where the demand considerations would be more important. For example, in my work in survey evidence, we found that consumers are more aware of bankruptcies by public firms, and you could do a split there.
Yeah, it's just a question about the way you compute the beta. I think you don't want to take the perspective of a diversified investor here, because if you're thinking about reshifting, what matters is the beta of the product with the beta of your own sales. That's by keeping the high beta product that you will increase the volatility of your sales.
So this is more of a suggestion. So in the series of papers by David Argente and Sarah Moreira, kind of they show that a lot of their ability, the companies' abilities to compete in these industries by introducing new products, right? Otherwise, their products will eventually lose appeal, become obsolete. So I was wondering whether you can explore that and sort of try to show whether some of the loss in the sales basically comes from their inability to compete by innovating. And the other thing that might be interesting in terms of not only thinking about price wars, but maybe sort of wars through non-price actions. Are sort of the competitors going after the companies by introducing novel products? Are they basically advertising more, et cetera, et cetera? That would be very interesting to see.
So my parents are entrepreneurs, essentially franchisees in hospitality. So restaurants, hotels, things like this. And so we've had all sorts of issues with parent companies changing menus or changing products. And so one thought that you might look at is are the dynamics in sort of the recency of these products being launched, or could this again be tied to poor strategy? Is this correcting strategy and sort of, just look at the dynamics of when things are introduced. And if you've got any notion of profitability or something like this, I think that would give you a lot of a clearer picture on what they're doing. That's going to be very different from the types of analysis you're currently doing.
So very interesting paper, and I won't mention some of my papers from the vintage that was cited here, but I would like to cite one vintage paper by Sheridan Titman, which I think is relevant here, because what's he's saying is basically that translated to this paper, that the products that would lose are products that are long-term products rather than short-term products. In other words, if I'm buying a complicated espresso machine, I'm worried about parts and what's going to happen in the future. Will I be able to replace it? If I'm buying a banana, I don't really care if the company is going bankrupt or not. So maybe you could do something along these distinctions. And one of my questions was asked, but one question I'm kind of wondering theoretically, in terms of this competition, the price wars, generally when there's a price war, when a new product shows up, the firm that is market leader will try to price them out like airlines. So why is it that these products are competing now, and only when they go bankrupt they start the price wars? I was wondering about that. But great paper and great.
Yeah, Gustavo, I'm going to use my prerogative to ask two questions, make 2 points really that are kind of in terms of maybe, I think the paper is super interesting and the data is great, but in terms of maybe shifts in what the pitch is. The first is related to what Joao said, which I think one of the things that I think is fascinating is this lack of price and more the quantity movement. And just like Joao was saying, like David Argente and all the people in kind of macro are kind of pointing out that prices seem not to be the margin on which things happen. And could that be because of reasons Sam said, that maybe you're getting cut off, which would suggest a kind of like really supply frictions? Or is that just because that's the optimal business strategy, is not to like lower your prices to try to gain market share, but just to cut quality products? The other thing which Edie mentioned and no one followed up on, but I think is super important, is that most of these companies we know try to do major operational changes before they file for bankruptcy. Bankruptcy is kind of pretty late in the process. And so again, the diff and diff is pretty compelling. So I think that Edie kind of hinted at this, that it really seems like you're saying that bankruptcy is required for the change of control to be strong enough that you actually get dramatic enough changes that you can see them in the data. And I think that's actually quite surprising for those of us that teach distress and restructuring, because so much stuff is happening in the 3 years before. But anecdotally, you do hear sometimes these board members say, you know, it's not until someone comes in and just says, look, we have to file, we have to do it, that you actually get the operational changes. So with that, you have like about 3 or 4 minutes to just respond.
Yeah, no, thanks. There are many questions that are on the more general topic that the interpretation of the beta measure. And these are all fair points. I think we can take a better look at the other alternative interpretations and think, you know, about that. There's one, I think, Edie's points that I wanted to touch upon, which is when you have the measure of quality, right? So that we borrow from the literature. In that regression, we already include some of other controls for the you know, the uniqueness of that product, as well as based on the you know, also the profitability. I think that was one of the points. Maybe we're just looking at those products that are more profitable for the firm, and we're just confusing that with the uniqueness. That those two are there, so they both contribute a share in that product exit regression. There's another interesting point that Edie made that we also thought a lot about, which is how important are the retailers in this process, right? Because literally there are 3 decision makers here. There's the consumer, there is the manufacturer, but everything happens at the retailer, right? This is the place where they both, you know, those two meet. And there is luckily, Nielsen data they don't have it anymore, but they had for a period of time, for some years in the start of our sample. They have some of the things that retailers do to, you know, promote a product, like coupons, things that are, you know, leaving some products featured, like give more, you know, bring more attention to the consumer to those products. When we ran the regressions controlling for that and seeing if that made a difference in the results, it did not show up. So unfortunately, there's not more detail that Nielsen makes available for researchers other than that, but that was one of the most important margins that retailers could influence a little bit in that regard. The other point about the large versus smaller retailers, we talked over lunch. I think this is a very interesting thing. We ended up dropping from the paper because, again, this is a kind of paper that gets you know, large very easily because of so many things you can test. One of the tests we had is that these price wars that we observe, they basically get muted at the largest retailers. And I guess everybody here that is familiar with how Walmart, Target of the world work, it's not a surprise, right? Those guys, they control tremendous bargaining power with the manufacturers, and they decide on the margins, right? They basically shut down those price wars just because they can, right? They take the margin for themselves. Okay, some very nice suggestions here. Sam's suggestion is, I love that suggestion. I feel like this is going to be super helpful. We're going to incorporate your paper on the demand side is really important. We're thinking about a model in which we'll calibrate using that as a parameter of our calibration, right? So we're able, based on your experimental approach, which is very useful and very credible, we're able to now use that as an identified parameter of our model, and then we'll see what happens with the supply response, right? Joan's suggestion, very interesting ones about the introduction of products and being able to introduce new products, to innovate. Pat's suggestion, also very interesting one in that sense. The recency of products, we can take a look at that, right? There are ways to see in the Nielsen data based on when they show up, you know, of course, not gonna be perfect, but starting 2006, so we're talking about 20 years at least for a big share of the products we'll be able to see that. I think I might have left some others, but yes, thank you.
Break. We have a break until 2:50 PM, so 30 minutes.
Sure. In terms yes, in the graphic framework. Cover all the one. Object measure. Receive. Build event with storage. So let me. So how? Solve.
All right, next paper, rising customer durability, quality, and sustainability. Christopher Stewart's going to present.
Sorry. Does anybody have a mic here? One of the freehand mics? Or just somebody walked out with one and it's been kind of playing. Does anybody check their pockets? Okay. Somebody. Okay. Let's see.
Okay, if we hear a random voice, that's the mic. I want to first thank the organizers for including the paper on the program, and thank you to Francois for discussing it. So this is joint work with Lee Azanovich-Yang, who's here today, John Kepler, and Ava Sparrows. The motivation for the paper is really straightforward. We know that firms are devoting substantial investment into building and sustaining their customer relationship, and Amr and his co-authors have some recent work that provides some important insights on this. One of the goals of this investment is to extend the the relationship horizon and lock in consumer demand. Now, this benefits firms in at least two ways. First, it creates this really nice customer relationship asset, but it also reduces the pool of contestable customers. These would be the customers that rivals or entrants might be able to compete away. And we know from prior work that as that pool is decreasing, entry incentives from new firms are also declining. So this is important because it potentially dampens the competitive force that would normally discipline the incumbent's market power. Those forces are also important for supporting productivity growth, firm turnover, and the broader process of creative destruction. Despite all of these important implications, we still know very little in the literature about how long customer relationships persist. And maybe more importantly, we know even less about how long firms expect their customer relationships to persist. That's where this paper enters the discussion. So we construct a new forward-looking measure of the durability of a firm's customer relationships from that firm's own internal forecasts that they publicly disclose in mergers and acquisitions. And we use that data to ask the question, how do firms' expectations about the durability of their customer relationships shape product market competition and the reallocation of economic activity? Now, to guide the empirical analysis, we're going to take this idea of customer durability and embed it into an endogenous growth model with step-by-step innovation like that of Akhtiar and Atesh 2023 JPE paper. And consistent with the model, what we find empirically is that as durability is rising, profitability and the industry share of profits for those firms are increasing. Market concentration is also rising. However, dynamism, so you can think of dynamism as being entry, exit, job reallocation, that's declining. Wage growth is declining. This almost mechanically works out that labor share declines. And finally, does this have any implications for innovation? We do find that quantity, quality, and R&D investment decline. So the key contribution of the paper here, however, is the data. So I want to tell you where we get this from. So whenever there's a merger and acquisition by a publicly traded firm, that merger is disclosed, and along with it, the price they paid, a lot of other details, but what's called the purchase price allocation is also disclosed. That assigns value to the different assets. And one of the largest assets being purchased in mergers and acquisitions in recent years is customer relationships. It's 3 times that of technology. Another key measure that's disclosed is the useful economic life of the customer relationship, where that life should reflect some idea of the duration of expected cash flows attached to those relationships. Now, we think this is informative for at least 2 reasons. One, it's entity specific. It's built by independent valuation specialists. It's audited by the external auditors, reviewed by the boards. And when we reached out and talked to a few of these valuation specialists, one of the largest is Mercer Capital, it seems to us that they're putting a lot of economic thought and into their models about what the expected duration is, including using what the target's churn rates are. The accounting standards themselves ask the firms to think about competitive threats and regulation. So what this gives us is a sample of about 9,500 mergers and acquisitions over the last 2.5 decades when the disclosure first started. And along with that, customer relationships, useful lives. In total, this is about $8 trillion in assets. And you can see here, customer relationships is sizable. It's over $1 trillion. But we don't have a lot of time. Let me give you a snapshot of the sample, though. The average merger, economically large. It's over $500 million. Customer relationships, about 22%. The useful lives, we see variation at the sample level, the industry level, even the firm level. So the mean and median is about 10 years, but when you look at the 10th and the 90th percentiles, it's 4 and 17 years. When we go even further and look at firms and how they're allocated, is this like just a rule of thumb, or are they actually thinking about this? We have a lot of anecdotes to suggest they are, but in the data, we just created 2-year buckets and said, how many acquisitions by the same firm are happening here? And consistent with prior literature, we find that there are serial acquirers. So about 56% of the sample is multiple acquisitions within the same 2 years. And the standard deviation of the useful lives for those multiple acquisitions suggests that there is some variation there. Now, this is the headline result in the paper. Over the last 25 years, the average useful life of customer relationships in the United States has went from about 7.5 years in the early 2000s to about 11.5 years most recently. This is at a broad-based upward trend. These are the 6 largest 2-digit sectors in our sample. So next 33, you can think about this as computer and electronic manufacturing. We'll go to even further, 3-digit level. Now, I bring the 3-digit level in here because the top left, which represents 13% of our sample, that's next 334, that's Apple. Apple in 2024 was sued by the United States government and all 50 states for locking in users on their platform.
Analysis, which is, or you can.
The first validation of the data that we're thinking about is, and we're going to do more hopefully with actual, like the KILTS data at household panel level. But our first validation is, if this is economically important to the firm and it reflects cash flows, they should be talking about this. So what we did is we said, let's grab their disclosures. Let's build up a comprehensive keyword list that would reflect keywords in the marketing, econ literature that is durability related, switching costs, locked in. And then what we said is, before the merger, what's the share of those keywords in their disclosures? And let's see how this changes afterwards. And we find this positive relationship. Economically, about a 10% increase in useful life is a 6% increase in the share of those keywords. And again, we're going to try to do more here to validate this. So linking this all up to the broader economy was one of our main goals in the paper. It's like the so what of the paper is you have rising durability. This potentially is a key mechanism that might help us understand things such as, why is there a rise in market power, decline of labor share, slower rate of firms entering certain sectors? So we used a simple framework where we're going to link customer durability to competition, dynamism, and innovation. We're going to rely on the endogenous growth model by Akjit and Atesh. You can think about this: single product line, 2 firms competing. There might be a technology gap. Firms are investing to try to increase this technology gap. Our innovation here is to insert customer durability, where a single parameter, phi, is going to represent really how durable, or effectively what's the market power of these relationships. So at 0, all customers are fully contestable, and at greater than 0, leaders can retain their customer base even when they price above the follower's marginal cost, okay? So 2 forces are going to come out of the model. The first is rent protection. So what do I think what's really interesting here is durability is like a second source of market power. You know, you think about technology lead, here's a second source. At all states of market structure, more durability allows the innovators to raise prices and increase their profits. But there's this other substitute force, which is technology leads and durability can substitute for each other. So how you can think about this is, if you've already secured a lot of rents from your customer lock-in, you shrink the pie left over that you might be able to capture from a technology lead. Moreover, profit gain from trying to widen your technology lead is decreasing in customer durability. So what does this imply for the data? Well, the implications are unambiguously, as customer durability is rising for a firm, its profitability is increasing. Dynamism is declining, market concentration is rising, and at innovation, we actually find a potentially non-monotonic relationship. Specifically, at the highest levels of durability, there are very weak incentives to innovate. So we're going to bring this to the data and start with the profitability prediction. We're going to do this in several ways. I'll show you 2 today. First is going to be just gross margins empirically, and then we'll think about industry profit shares. So how we're going to look at this is where the outcome variable is going to be a delta. It's going to be the log difference in gross margins. T is the acquisition of these customer relationships, the merger year, T minus 1. And then what we're going to allow to happen is to dynamically expand these windows to see what happens over time. Again, this is a forward-looking measure. We're trying to leverage the forward-looking aspect of it. The main explanatory variable is an interaction term. So the useful life of the customer relationships. And if there are several acquisitions, we evaluate those by total customer relationships and the share of that particular acquisition. And then what we thought was really important here is some sense of the economic value of these customer relationships. Now, as part of the hand collection of the data, we hand collected the assigned value of all of these customer relationships. So we could put that in the numerator and the acquirer's assets in the denominator and get a sense of how economically important it was. Columns 4, 5, and 6 is the full specification with industry and year fixed effects. And we do see this positive relationship. I'll say we don't have enough time to interpret all the magnitudes. But one question that comes out, what we were asked is, could you just put HHI into this model? Now, there is a long history of HHI being used by antitrust authorities. It's been criticized for giving us a snapshot of today's market structure, but nothing about the future. In fact, when we put HHI into the same model, we find a very weak relationship in T+1, but nothing thereafter. The next part is, well, if these margins expand, does this have implications for industry profit share? So we substitute log difference of the firm's profit share of its industry and look at the same model. And what we find is, in the fully specified version here, the last column by T+3, they are capturing. You may wonder, like, Chris, why are you finding this? This is where the accounting magic comes in. A lot of these firms are actually accelerating the expense of the customer relationship very early on. And so that will hit operating margins. It's not going to hit gross margins. Okay. HHI in this model, we find it has no predictive relationship with industry profit shares. The last piece of this part is thinking about, well, if they're gaining more profit shares and if this is like a price issue, does this give us a sense of how market concentration will go over time? So this is an industry level measure, so we won't put the weights in here, but we're just going to look at log difference in HHI and regress it on useful life. And we do see that at T+1, T+2, T+3, we go out till T+6 and it's monotonically increasing over time. Is this economically important? If you move from the 10th to the 90th percentile, 4 to 17 years of useful life, within 3 years, you see about a 6% increase in market concentration. It's up to over 11% by T+6. In HHI points, we're kind of nearing the threshold that would get the antitrust authorities' attention here. So all of this seems to have implications also for incentives of other firms to enter. And so what we're going to do next is look at market entry. How we're going to measure market entry is in 3 ways. CompuStat data, because we can match it to our firms. Revelio, because it gives us firms and some estimate of wages. But both of those are just effectively publicly traded firms. So we also use census data to look economy-wide. And what we find in terms of the Census Bureau data is we do see that entry is declining over time. And we're doing this at the 4-digit next level. This is new establishments. We can also see new firms, and we're finding consistent evidence here. Well, if fewer firms are entering, less pressure on incumbents, they've secured these customers, it should be the case that exit should also be declining in these industries. Now, the US Census Bureau allows us to see this at the establishment level, not at the firm level. But again, we find lower entry. Does this matter for workers? You think about this even in our profession. If there is no outside option, it's very hard for us to move. So there's fewer jobs being created and jobs being destroyed. Job reallocation is really important to growth. So we use prior literature measure of job reallocation, again, at the industry level. And what we find is using CompuStat, kind of out to T+6, we're seeing this decline in job reallocation rates. We see this in the Revelio data as well. Revelio allows us to do one additional thing, which is to look at the seniority level of these employees. Now, what we find is much of the job reallocation, the response here is actually in the lower levels of the firm. So seniority level 1, which is entry level, seniority level 5. At the upper levels, the magnitudes are smaller. Well, if no one's competing for us, why do our firms want to pay us more? So this has implications for wage growth. We can use the Revelio data to look at this. And this is exactly what we find in terms of the log difference in salary growth. I'll tell you, I don't have it on the slide. The upper level of executives, no effect whatsoever, which to us said, yeah, why would I enter into mergers to kill my own salary? Mechanically, this should flow to labor share. It does, but I want to move to the innovation part of the paper, which is this non-monotonic relationship. We're going to look at this dynamically let's just look at figures. So what we're going to do is y-axis for all of these figures are going to be the firm's share of forward citations for all granted patents in that year. The x-axis is log of useful life. T is going to be the acquisition year. And what you start to see over time after those acquisitions is much more at that higher level of durability. It becomes much, much more downward sloping, suggesting that there's less incentives to develop higher quality innovation. We do this in regressions using the firm's share of granted patents as well as the share of citations. We put in the quadratic term to try to pick up this effect. This is exactly what we're finding. So what's the mechanism here? Well, what we haven't looked at is there's a lot of products. This is economy-wide, right? Our first test is just going to look at, well, if these are patents, let's go look at R&D investment. And so in terms of R&D investment, this is at the firm level again. So we'll go back to our interaction term here. And we do find that R&D intensity in terms of the log difference here is declining over time. So to conclude, we introduce novel data on the useful life of customer relationships. Importantly, this is forward-looking. We document that this is a broad-based trend of rising durability across a lot of the most important sectors. So we talked about electronics manufacturing. You can think about the information sector is rising. All of these sectors that, by the way, the Federal Trade Commission and the Department of Justice are litigating in those sectors right now for these exact reasons, that they feel a lot of this customer base is just being locked in. Guided by the theoretical framework, we empirically examine and find that longer durability has far-reaching implications for what we think are a lot of important measures. And potentially this will be relevant to policy because there is, if we think about it, even our colleague at Chicago, Richard Thaler, is thinking about how this idea that how easy it was for you to enter a platform, it should be that easy for you to exit a platform. So we are thinking from a policy perspective, how easy is it for customers to switch? And so we do think that this has important implications for that. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Bob.
Okay, so thanks a lot for inviting me to discuss this very nice paper. So there are two basic contributions, right? The first one is to document this new fact that the customer lifetime has increased from about 7 years to 11.5 years over the past 20 years. Or if you want, the churn rates of customers have declined. And the second is to link this to a very broad set of facts that are about business dynamism or market power, right? Both through a model and through these regressions, right? So what I want to do in my discussion is talk a little bit about the fact, because I found the fact is very interesting. I think this is the first time this has been documented. And so, of course, you want to be a little bit skeptical. And then I want to go back a bit to this business dynamism question. What do we expect in theory from lower churn rates, and what do we see in the data? So first, to give you a sample of the data, since they didn't show it to you, this is from 10K. So this is a Broadcom acquired VMware in 22. It's a big acquisition. They paid 80 billion for it. 45 billion is attributed to intangible, 500 million to PPE. So this is really 100 times more intangible than tangible stuff here. And you can see the two big intangibles are the technology. Of course, this is a tech acquisition, but also the customer contracts. And you see on the right-hand side, you have these lifetimes that are estimated. So I think this data, this is really cool. It hasn't been used very much in the literature. But of course, you might worry about some issues. One is that, this is not raw data. It's an estimate by these consulting firms. So we don't know exactly how they do it. The second thing is that, of course, it's a very selected sample. These are firms that are acquired by public firms. So presumably, these are firms that have something that is wanted, so probably a lot of transferable intangibles. And finally, you might worry that there's some incentive to manipulate this number for accounting or tax reasons. I was actually really worried about this initially, but then, when I read a bit more about it, it seems to be actually pretty unclear which way it would go or whether it's actually really feasible. At the end of the day, my main concern is that there may be a change in the methodology that people have used to measure this lifetime during the past 20 years that they focus on, right? And let me explain this a little bit because I think this is a pretty basic point, but 20 years ago, people didn't have as much data about their customers. And so I think they did fairly simple calculation. This is kind of this first equation, which is the customer lifetime value is the NPV of the profits you make from a customer. So the markup times how much you buy. And this is the churn rate delta, right? And of course, over the last 20 years, we've gotten a lot more data. Companies have become a lot better at tracking what their customers do. And, the modeling of customer lifetime value has improved a lot. So there is, for instance, this Professor Fader at Wharton, who's developed models, which are basically, this is a complicated equation to say something very simple, which is that you partition your customer base into different groups, and different groups have different depreciation rate and perhaps different markups, and perhaps they consume different things. So basically, they just refine the modeling a lot, right? And you can also refine the delta, make it vary as a function of age non-parametrically instead of geometric and so on, right? And so all this has been going on. And just to give you an example of why this heterogeneity matters, because you might say, okay, they've become more sophisticated, but it's not clear which way it would go. This is a simple example I cooked up where, the blue line is a firm that loses 25% of customer every year. On the red, they have two types of customers. Half leave at a rate of 10% and half leave at a rate of 40%. So it's the same kind of rate on average, and you see it here that it's very hard to distinguish these two lines. But of course, the fact that you have some customers that are going to stick around it makes a big difference to the effective duration of your customer base. And my hunch, but this is just a hunch, is that this kind of effects may drive some of their results. So it would be interesting to know more about how the methodology has changed over time. Basically, whether it's become more acceptable to book these customer relationships as intangible assets. So the second thing I was wondering about is that, if you think this is a new fact, of course, you ask yourself, okay, where should we see this? And has anybody done this before? And the short answer is that I don't think anybody has done this before. There are some facts which are kind of consistent with it. So Joe Vavra has this work showing that consumers are specializing their purchase more and more into a few products. We have this work showing that older people are less likely to switch. And of course, we've become older. And there is, of course, this very related work by Bianca Hay showing that intangibles now are a rising share of, customer lifetime values are a rising share of intangibles. But this is also based on the PPA data. So my reaction was, if this is true, we should see it probably in the AC Nielsen data or in the credit card data. So I emailed Scott Baker, and he he's calculated churn rates in the past, but he hadn't looked at the trends, and he did some quick calculations. So this is with the appropriate caveat that this is a rough estimate, but he calculated for each industry on the x-axis the change in the churn rate from the credit card spending data. This is slightly different period. This is 2012 versus today. But so what's kind of remarkable is that you do see these lower churn rates. So it seems that even if you look at this entirely different data set, the fact seems to be there. And so I found this pretty reassuring. So let me go back now to the theory about, okay, what do we make of it if this is a fact? I think, the problem is that it's hard to interpret because we don't know why churn rates have decreased, right? So how you interpret this depends a lot on your implicit model. So I think there is a view which is embraced by the authors that firms have become much better at manipulating customers. There are switching costs, network effects. There is a lot more improvement in customer relationship management. This is another area that has grown a lot over the past 20 years. So you might think that basically firms are better at exploiting their customers. But there is an alternative view, which is that we have more product differentiation, targeted advertising, perhaps lower search frictions, and people are just better able to sort themselves into the product they like, right? And so it's not obvious to me which way it goes. And it's also possible that we have reverse causality, right? Because it could be that you have low churn of customers because you have lower dynamism. If there is a higher concentration, then there are fewer firms to switch to. So of course, that's going to go directly in the other direction. And also, if you have lower growth rate, then there might be less need to switch, right? I don't need to get to the best producer because the best producer isn't necessarily that much better than the previous best one, right? So it's kind of a really complicated question. So when I think about what are the robust implications from lower churn rates, I go back to this simple equation, right? And I think, if you have a lower churn rate, you're going to get even more backloading of the firm profits, right? So when you get customers, more of the value comes later. And mechanically, this should show up in higher profit rates and higher turbine skew because basically you have an asset that has to be paid, right? I mean, you're getting your profits in the future. So the discounting requires you to have higher profits. And that's true even if this is completely competitive ex ante. So I think this is something that would be interesting to look at because that would be perhaps the simplest implication. You would also expect, I think, to see higher marketing spending because, if these relationships become more valuable, then presumably there is more incentive to create them. And so that's also something that would be interesting. But besides this, I don't know exactly what to expect because I think it's going to depend a lot on your model. So they also have this view about, it's basically increasing margins. But, you could also have more competition ex ante if the relationships are very, very, the prices are going to adjust so that, you get a lower markup in each period. You could also have a view, so this is perhaps a bit e-commerce story where, companies spend a lot on marketing and advertising to steal customers from each other, and the rents that you get from these relationships get dissipated in marketing and advertising. So basically, I have trouble, figuring out what are the very robust implications for innovation and all these things. I think it depends on the model. So of course, you can say it's an empirical question, and so that's where we go to the data. So the paper, I think, has a lot of great work, and it looks at a lot of facts. So the main way they do it is this firm level regression, where you look at the change of an outcome variable Y, firm I, industry J, and they regress it on the log of the lifetime of the acquired assets, right? And then they weight it by how big are the acquired assets relative to the firm's asset, right? And it's a perfectly fine way to do it, I think. And but I would have done it a bit differently because I think doing it at the firm level is complicated because the lifetime at the firm level reflects a lot of things, including, firm quality. If I'm a good firm, I probably have very long-lived customers. So, if you're trying to explain these broad trends in the economy about the decline of dynamism, I would do it just by looking at industry level changes, right? If you think what's going on is that there is a structural change towards lower churn. And this is a simple calculation I did, which I think illustrates this. So this is on the x-axis, you have the change in the average customer lifetime by industry. So this is the data the authors shared with me. And on the y-axis, you have the change in the entry rate. This is from this census BDS data. And so what you see in this picture is that, most firms are below zero in terms of the change in entry rate. So that's a decline of dynamism, right? Everybody has less entry. And you see that most firms are on the right here, so they have longer customer lifetime. And you can see that there is a little bit of a negative relationship. This one is not super strong, but this is just because I did this a little bit quickly. So perhaps there is a way to do it more finely. But I would find it a little bit simpler to illustrate the effect on the trend using this cross-industry variation, because there is interesting cross-industry variation in both dimensions, right? So we could hopefully relate it. Okay. And this is the same figure if you do, instead of change of entry, the change of share of employment in young firms. Okay. So let me conclude. So this is a great paper. I enjoyed a lot reading it and learning about the data on the fact. So just to summarize my 3 points, is the fact there? Well, it seems it is. I think it would be nice to have more supporting evidence and to know more about the methodology, how things have changed over time and how they estimate these lifetimes. But I think actually the fact seems to be there. What do we expect? Well, personally, I think it depends, but of course, there are different models. So then in terms of the data, my view is that the authors are doing a bit too much. They look at many outcomes, and I would focus on a more reduced set of results and illustrate them at the industry level. But this is just my take. Thank you.
I think this is a very nice paper. I think the picture of the increase in consumer durability is just worth the paper by itself. My question is, to what extent this is maybe consulting or accounting lingo for brutal sort of monopoly power? When you're on a board, you never talk about monopoly power. You talk about synergies, price resiliency, customer lock-in. Those are kind of a sanitized version of what you actually mean to say we are colluding with somebody else, or there is an agreement to maintain prices, all this stuff. So this is not to challenge the facts. The facts are the facts, but and I think the discussant did an excellent job in showing that the churn sort of went down. So in a sense, it is consistent. And I grant you it's another paper, but I encourage you to do the next step, to say, is this really a friction on the consumer choices? In a sense, it's clear that if there are networks effect, there is a lock-in. There is a habit. The reason why you end up using always Apple is because when you switch from one Apple to another Apple is instantaneously. If you do something with somebody else, you lose all their data. So this is really consumer lock-in versus I'm lock-in because there are no other choices, or because Amazon now, at least according to the Attorney General of California, has contracts to retaliate on any other website, or any customer that offers a lower price on any other website. Okay, and apparently there are sort of contracts and email that documents this to be the case. This is an antitrust violation. So if you stick with Amazon, it's not because it's a consumer lock-in. There is lock-in because there is a monopoly. So I think telling them apart is going to be really the crucial thing to move ahead on the policy front.
Yeah, let me give another explanation and push back against Luigi a bit. So we'll argue with him next year. But I have not the Apple computer. And I think there's a reason some people switch. Some people who have Apple can be, Apple, whatever it is. I think the biggest missing variable, and maybe there's something there, is quality. Because firms invest in quality because then they can charge a higher price because you're willing to pay something extra. That's why people buy, you can think of cars the same way, Mercedes, BMW, et cetera. But so quality is another reason, and you get higher margins. Maybe again, they differentiate themselves. So I'm just wondering to what extent firms are, even firms like Apple, making better products. But
think about airlines. They're crappy, but
I would agree on airlines. I would agree on airlines. I'm just saying it doesn't universally apply. Airlines and cell phones. I'll give you. Cell phone service.
I'm gonna keep talking kind of in the same. You can just use it. Like that one's use the other one. Oh, it's not okay. In the same kind of direction, building also on Francois' second comment here. I'll just hold it. Thank you. First, I think this is a really excellent paper. For those of you who didn't read it, I think they do a lot of things very cleanly. I really wanted to point out that your calculations of HHI from census data instead of CompuStat data is much appreciated. So I find these numbers really believable. On the second comment, I think it'd be really helpful to know more about the primitives. I don't think that this useful life of acquired customer assets is a primitive in itself, and the paper very much treats it like a primitive. And I think this paper actually introduces a lot of data that could be used to explain that primitive, kind of to these last 2 points. I also want to point out, looking only at acquired assets, which is of course the accounting reality, is different than looking at all assets. And you're interpreting it as though it is happening to all assets at once. And I would like to know a little bit more about, is there some distortion or bias by only looking at M&A? Are we just purchasing the longer lived assets, or are these all assets actually getting longer lived?
I was a little puzzled by the R&D results because I think my recollection of Amir's paper is that the firms that have more customer capital are also doing more R&D, whereas here it seems to go the other way. And I wonder if the problem is because you're focusing on an event study that's linked to the M&A. And I think it must be that the acquiring firm has actually done higher R&D in the past. And therefore, they are able to do the acquisition and extend the maturity of the duration of customers. So it would be interesting to see some pre-trends. And I think this relates a little bit also to your patents and citations results, which is it the case that it's the higher R&D firms that end up acquiring, and therefore, there's some regression to the mean after their success?
Oh, that one, yeah, okay. This is a practical joke, okay. Yeah, I had a question about B2B versus B2C. I think a lot of the examples where people are concerned about market power is consumers being locked in. I think it would be very interesting to know if the same kind of extension of lock-in is happening in business to business type industries. And one observation that it might not be is that there's been the apocalypse of software as a service recently. So people were concerned about exactly the opposite. The PE investors in software as a service industries were really concerned that products could be easily replaced going forward. And so that the duration of those relationships is going the other way. Maybe you have some results on this and maybe I just missed it.
So a couple of comments were also the result in our paper is at the industry level or cross-sectional level, which is even you can see it in Chris's paper too, industries that are very high technology intensive. And he showed it with computer and peripheral manufacturing, that's 334, or 5.1 information services, are also very high customer capital investment industries. So at the industry level, or even within industry at the cross-sectional level, they do seem very complementary, not substitution. But Chris is very much focusing on the diff and diff. of what happens when you get more and more. And, you know, the models certainly from the endogenous growth literature would suggest, like, if ultimately you have a complete monopoly, why would you innovate? Like, no one can contest. So, but the broader point that I would raise is just, it does seem like the name of the game in this area is going to be heterogeneity. Like, I think if you're like in Camp Luigi, I think the clearest example of this not being good for welfare is the huge rise in subscription-based models across all these industries. And this is very well documented in a couple of papers already, and Christopher cites those in the paper, but didn't mention in the discussion. At the other extreme, you would think of a technology firm that does a lot of customization for their customers, right? So think of a medical equipment manufacturer that customizes for the University of Chicago Hospital. You could imagine that customer relationship goes way up, but that could be welfare improving. Maybe you're making a better MRI machine. So I think it is going to be one in which there's heterogeneity. And I don't know if you've thought about that in any way. And we'll turn the mic over to you so you can take some time to answer these.
We'll get some of these, I think the more straightforward ones out of the way first. So I think the ahead of R&D acquiring, I think you've kind of touched on that a bit. The longer lived all assets question, so it turns out there are 36 different intangibles that we've categorized in a much larger data set, which we're making public for all research to use. What's interesting is technology is just slightly upward sloping. Brand has been flat. And Amr would know that actually most firms just assign an indefinite life to brand. The reason why, they can just go renew the trademark every few years. The quality suggestion is something that I think we could definitely do. I think is really important to the paper. I think it speaks to about kind of, and maybe we do it in cross-section, looking for where the heterogeneity is, because if it is firms that are just making better products for people, you know, people like this. And that's where if it's in this other world where I don't have a choice. And so we've kind of like, this is the first time we presented the paper. It's super, super early. This is helping us on the direction. And we were more agnostic to how we think about consumer welfare. But what we're learning from today is like, this is going to be really important for us to understand where this is potentially good for people and where it's not potentially good, which goes back to, I think, to some of what Luigi was pushing on, which is this really just like a friction, or are these monopolies? And I think we could definitely do work, which I think speaks to kind of how we dissect the data here. Amr, to your point about the subscription base, it's interesting because on the plane over, I reread your paper and you mentioned there are some firms like the Zillows of the world, and there are some firms where there are certain models that are working. And I think we could, if we actually use the firms themselves to think about their business models, we'd probably get, I think, stronger results where we want them stronger and weaker where they probably make sense that they're weaker. Lee, this is Lee, by the way. Sorry, Lee, I've hogged the mic. So.
Sure. Yes. Related to Daniel's question about primitives, it's kind of related also to the earlier question about quality and other sources of monopoly power that would increase the expected life or expected duration of the customers. Indeed, we can only see the outcome of it. That's the firm's estimation, and what goes into it is all the questions you've been asking. Maybe one direction for us to go is to tuning to heterogeneity and look at different categories or different potential reasons why there is an increase in the estimated life. And then we look at cross-sectionally how they behave differently, and they may also have different welfare implications, as Amr was suggesting. Yes.
One comment I missed was the B2B, B2C. So what we've done now is we took all of the acquisitions and we've been able to match these. We're almost done the matching 9,500 to PitchBook. And PitchBook actually has a category, B2B, B2C. It also tells us a lot about these firms that were acquired, for example, in terms of the age they were at, when they were acquired. And I think this could be informative as well, if there's space for it.
Yes. Thank you so much for including this paper into the program. It is a joint work with Marina Gersberg and Calapago, and my name is Kate Volkova. So as you can imagine from the title and from the topic, it's a very recent work. So we appreciate all of the feedback and comments. It's kind of a good stage to incorporate this. The underlying event behind this paper is the DOJ disclosure of the Epstein files. It happened on 30th of January of this year, and it happened in a format where the DOJ published on their website all of the documents related to Epstein. It's 3.5 million pages, about more than 1 million of documents. And of course, this event received a lot of press coverage. And one first quite shocking fact was the extent of the Epstein network, that his network touched on top executive, politicians, academics, and the files that were disclosed, like no one expected this information to get public. They contained the years of communication, emails, daily calendar events, visitor logs. And while it is a very upsetting event by itself, with all respect to victims and survivors, this kind of event gives us a unique setup to see to study the networks in this context. So the core economic question of this paper: what is the price of the bad connection? In this paper, we focus on the board members of public companies. And for the board members, as well as VCs, being more connected, the network itself is an asset. It allows you to know more information and for the firm to perform better. However, connecting to a questionable individual could also transmit certain norms within the network. So by itself, connecting to Epstein might provide certain downsides for the firm. And the question is, does the proximity to a reprehensible actor expand the board opportunities or contaminate the norms that the board of directors have? Let me give a couple of examples of the network and why Epstein was so connected. Here's one day of Epstein calendar. It's 9 years after his first conviction. And it's exactly 9 years before the disclosure of the DOJ files. You can see that his calendar is quite busy. Let's kind of put some comments to whom he was meeting with. He was meeting with alternative medicine author who was on the board of one company, Kathleen Rumler, who was White House counsel at that time, Bill Gates' science advisor, New York restaurateur, Deutsche Bank executives, CEO of Apollo Global Management. So that's one day of his calendar. And 4 people on this day of meetings are on the boards of public companies. That kind of motivated us to look at the extent of his connection to the boardroom. At the same time, there was a question why everyone was so connected to Epstein. The first link here is the Bloomberg article, where we're basically looking at the same names from the previous slide. We look here at Leon Black, that was having dinner on with Epstein the previous slide. And Bloomberg kind of reports what Epstein was doing for this person. He was basically a personal fixer. He was fixing IRS settlements about the gifts to one woman, organizing family portraits for the family, helping to navigate some very sensitive personal matters like settlement with a mistress. So that's kind of what press reported on. The other links also, this is what we try to see when we look at the files. Even in the files, you can also see that he was a fixer. For instance, in the conversation with Boris Nikolic in one of the files, he was discussing the following situation. Bill Gates had a settlement dispute with one of the employees in his charity organization. And Epstein was discussing with Boris Nikolic that he can advise to Gates that Epstein can handle this for him because he handles similar matters for Boris Nikolic and even has the power of attorney. So that's kind of one situation. In another situation, he discusses how to handle a press strategy. For instance, with Brooke Pierce, there was a negative press coverage, and Epstein helps to navigate this negative press coverage. Lastly, he discusses with Steve Hansen, again, another person from the previous slide, how to navigate the bailout settlement strategy. And there he provides advice. And even if we look at this communication between Epstein and other parties, we can see that he was helping to solve or fix a lot of issues. For instance, he was organizing donor-advised funds for charity organizations to save on taxes. He was giving advices for people how to act in court or how to keep certain information private so the accountant would not have to justify in court on one case. And this dual role of Epstein as the connector and a fixer kind of could provide a dual effect on the board of directors and the companies. On the one hand, for the board of directors, meeting with Epstein can expand their network and kind of move firm to be more central in the firm network. At the same time, connecting to the bad actor also shifts your norms and morals. While the point of the board to provide governance to the company, conversation with this reprehensible actor could shift the norms, and that could kind of spread this potential misconduct or potential litigations within the network. And we use Epstein files to disentangle those two effects. So this paper, brief preview of this paper, we look at the public companies in the US between 2006 and 2019. Using the search of the files, we can find that there are about 841 executives or board members who had at least 5 contacts with Epstein. Then we kind of look at the stock reaction around the disclosure of the files and find that companies that were mentioned in the press in relationship to Epstein had a negative abnormal reaction. Then we kind of tried to measure how much of a connector was Epstein, by how much he increased the density of the board interlocks. And it's similar to increase in density from going to an Ivy League school. Then we tried to measure what traveled for this connection. We look at the ESG incidents, and we find that being connected to Epstein kind of is related to higher rate of incidents within the firm. Then we try to disentangle with this effect. Is it from the network expansion or norm contagion? And we do find that there is strong evidence for norm contagion within the network. So let's talk about the data and measurements. A brief preview of the timeline. First, Jeffrey Epstein was arrested in 2006, and he pleaded guilty to be a sex offender. So starting from like 2006 and 2008, he was a registered sex offender. And in 2019, he was arrested for the second time for similar crimes, and he died in custody. There was a lot of outrage about how the case was handled, and that's why there was an Epstein Transparency Act that pushed for the disclosure for all of the conversations and emails from the Epstein files. So when we look at the disclosure happened in 3 batches. Some documents were disclosed in September, then December, then January. We focus mostly on the email and documents, so we exclude videos and images. So if we look at the readable PDFs with some text in it, it covers about 95% of the data, and most of this data was disclosed on the 30th of January. So it is a relatively concentrated disclosure. Our sample combines three parts. First, we look at this corpus of the DOJ documents. We base our universe on CRISP CompuStat, and we look at the directors from Bordex. We search for director names in the files and then try to do LLM classification whether this kind of mention implies direct communication between Epstein and the person or a meeting. And then we find about 75,000 emails with 800 directors who had regular contact. Here I put a big disclaimer that because we need to do it at the name basis, we only look at the relatively rare names that are outside of top 100 census names, but the results are not sensitive to this assumption. So if we look at the emails, about 6% of emails are emails between 6% of documents are emails between Epstein and some of the public executives. So it's 75,000 documents of the private communication. And about 3% of board members in the public companies had a contact with Epstein. Just to give some example of what we classify as direct communication or meeting. In the first panel, I had this discussion between Richard Sander and Epstein that they should schedule a call tomorrow to discuss some private matters. And on the second panel, we see how a private assistant for Peter Thiel schedules a lunch for tomorrow with Jeffrey Epstein. So to detect that those mentions actually imply communication or meeting, we use LLM classification, and we count all contacts. We count both meetings and direct communications. First, we kind of want to see who was more connected to Epstein. On the first panel, we have a t-test of different board characteristics. And on the second panel, we have a joint probit regression to see who was more likely to be connected. And Jeffrey Epstein was quite well connected to more elite board members. For instance, if you attend Davos meeting, then you are far more likely to be connected to Epstein, like 7 times more likely. Similar to Bernie Madoff scandal, there is a spread across certain ethnic groups within the network. Also, board members who went to Ivy League school or have a larger network are more likely to be connected to him. Who are less likely to be connected are female board members. They are far less likely, not surprisingly, still connected. So, second part is the event study. It's not the main focus of our results, but still, let's look at this part. We look at the disclosure on the 30th of January. We can see if company was covered in the news in relation to Jeffrey Epstein within the first 2 weeks of the disclosure using different search APIs. And we find that the companies who were connected to Epstein had stronger negative abnormal reaction, while it's almost flat for other companies. Then that's kind of actually what motivates our paper. We can see the companies, look at S&P 500 companies, at least here, and see which companies were mentioned in the news in relationship to Epstein. And it's about 25 to 30 companies that were mentioned in the news in relation to Epstein. It's not surprising. Media is more focused on the most outstanding companies with the most sensational stories. They have limited front page space. And then we kind of try to see how many companies were actually connected, according to our definition, to Jeffrey Epstein. And this number is 4 to 6 times larger. So the media touches only on the tip of the iceberg of his network. So let's talk about his network. It's always hard to classify the density of the network, but let's look at the board interlocks network, add a node of Jeffrey Epstein, and see by how much density increases. So density increases by about 12 times from adding Epstein to the network. By itself, this number is not informative, but it's much higher than going to Yale as an additional node in the network system. And this network density increases dramatically. And this increase in network density happens in finance, tech, or retail mostly. Then let's kind of look at what traveled for those ties, how it's related to governance norms. The setup of this study is quite simple. We look at the ESG incidents, like media reported ESG incidents, and have a company by year panel where we look at the number of the contact directors. Directors had a contact with Epstein in the previous 3 years. We look at 3 years just to add norms to absorb, and including firm and year fixed effects and controls. And we do find that when we look at the total rep risk incidents or governance or employment incidents, they tend to go up after directors contact Epstein by about 1.5 extra incidents a year. That's true for both direct communication and the meeting. Also, like if you don't like the rep risk measure, we look at other alternative measures, like financial offenses in rep risk or in violation tracker, federal security lawsuits from PACER, Racketeering, Influence, or Corrupt Organization Act lawsuits, employment misconducts, all of that is positively related. Then we kind of try to look at the shock, where we look at the sudden director death, and we see that the incidents tend to go down from the previous level for the first few years after the contact. We have a lot of different robustness, how to measure if you don't like the contact, number of directors. We can look at the intensity of the contact. I think more importantly here is that we can avoid all of the LLM classification. We can just look at the calendar events and extract meeting from calendar events. We have calendar events for about 62% of days. Then let's look about our main hypothesis. Is it about network expansion or norm contagion? We can have two measures based on the system of board interlock, based on this graph. We can measure network expansion as the change in the centrality by after adding Epstein as a node. And we can look at the norm contagion is in the following sense. You get more connected in the network, but you get more connected to the people who also connected to network. So we can count the number of neighbors who are Epstein tainted and use that as a proxy for norm contagion. When we jointly look at those variables with the number of directors who had a contact, a level of network expansion from Epstein, and the norm contagion, how many new neighbors who also Epstein related you have in the network, we find that the main result doesn't come from network expansion. It's mostly comes from norm contagion. And then let's look at the last last test. So the uniqueness of our setup is that we not only observe the interlocks or the network, we also observe private communication between Epstein and directors. So we can look at the emails where we have multiple years of interactions between Epstein and the board members. And we can kind of validate our measure of this network expansion or norm contagion. The idea is that if you are meeting with Epstein for professional reasons, you are more likely to be more formal with him. You're more likely to write "Dear Sir, Madam," and discuss financial matters. At the same time, if you're there for alternative perks, then you are more likely to speak more casually with Epstein. And here we use a BERT classifier that is specifically fine-tuned for these purposes, where it scores high in the formality when you have proper grammar, where you use words such as agreement, trust, invoice. It all boosts the formality score. And we have, these are real examples from the conversations, and the level will be more casual if you have a lot of typos, complete lack of capitalization, and shortening of the words. And we do find that this formality score is quite positively correlated with this network expansion measure, the measure constructed just from the network, and negatively correlated with norm contagion, So if you are there for norm contagion, then you are more likely to be more casual with him. And that's kind of a fact that goes within the years of conversation. So we kind of control for direct or fixed effect to see how the conversation evolves over the years. So let me conclude. So we kind of look at whether the being in a bad company is priced. And we do find that, yes, it is. Even from the stock reaction, there is a quite strong negative reaction to being connected, mentions of being connected to Epstein in the news. However, the news cover only like small fraction of the events. We do find that the real extent of Epstein network was much larger. And at the same time, we kind of find the support that he was a fixer. And when we test what firms gain from being connected to Epstein, whether it's better to extend your network or it's kind of being connected to reprehensive actor, actually shifts your norms. We find a strong support for this norm contagion angle. So thank you so much.
Awesome. Right, so I think this is the part where I'm supposed to thank you, but I don't know if I should thank you for inviting me to discuss a paper about Epstein. Oh, all good, okay. Glad to be here. I have plenty of things to say, probably not gonna get through all of them, but don't worry, I will give you guys lots of notes. Okay, so that's not working, we will resort to arrows. Is that? Okay.
Now this should work.
Now that should work.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Okay. All right. This paper, as you just heard, it's about what connections to Epstein do to firms. I have to say, there is a lot of empirical work in the paper, careful empirical work, very unique data that's very interesting and allows us to uncover some interesting things we certainly didn't know before. And you actually did a fantastic job presenting. So I am not going to repeat everything that you guys said, but generally speaking, the takeaways are Epstein expands the network, it being connected to him leads to worse conduct, and the paper's takeaway is being proximate to a depraved individual reaches the boardroom by exposing firms to tainted peers, not by improving their network position. Okay, so before I say anything more, because I'm going to use the word benefit at some point in this conversation, we can all agree Epstein is bad. All right, now we're going to divorce ourselves for that for a second, and we are going to talk a little bit about the paper. So I want to start with the network measures. Okay, so the network measure is in large part coming from how you construct the augmented graph. So the original network connects firms based on having overlapping directors. So we draw an edge between two directors who sit on the same firm, right? These are actual direct connections. Your augmented network connects every pair of firms that has someone who is connected to Epstein, right? Okay, what that is a clique of 149 firms. I'm talking about the graph that you show, not the larger analysis where you're going to have 788 firms. So here's the thing though. So density in a network is approximately S squared, where S is the share of firms with a connected director, okay? So, we can kind of match the measures you get from what you've calculated there. You're going to have 149 firms here in one clique out of a total of 247 firms. We're going to expect to see a density of about 0.36 as a result of that. That's what we see. You see your clustering go up very, very high, close to 1.943. Well, a clique's transitivity is 1, and a 149 node clique is going to have 540,000 triangles. You would have to have a clustering coefficient that's pretty close to 1 mechanically. All of this is the effect of layering on a very, very large affinity network. These directors are not directly connected to each other. They're connected in some way to Epstein. All the existing things that you had in your network before that were direct connections. Okay, what does this mean and why am I spending time on this? Well, what you're going to measure for your network expansion variable is the change in your eigenvector centrality percentile rank when you go from the board-only connections to the augmented graph. The augmented graph is adding, give or take, 10,000 click edges that have no board interlock counterpart. And when you go inside of a 149 firm clique, the centrality is going to be near uniform. Okay, so the rank change is going to be pretty close to a function of your connected status, right? Which you're going to use in your regressions as a 1-0, right? And your baseline centrality rank. So once you control for the fact that there was a contact, that there was a connection with Epstein, there's not going to be a lot of Epstein-specific variation that remains. And that last line here should say, the regressor is effectively not going to have any Epstein-specific variance conditional on the treatment. Okay, this is a property of the construction rather than a property of the world. So, and it predicts almost perfectly why you would see a null coefficient on the network expansion variable. Now, you could run a diagnostic to check whether I am in fact concluding correctly here. You could regress your network expansion on the contact indicator and your baseline centrality. You get an R squared next to 1. That just means this is a relabeled treatment indicator, right? Okay, and so there are a few things here that I would suggest that you do. So I would drop using the eigenvector centrality. I think this is the wrong measure here. So my first suggestion is, why not use the distance to Epstein in the network, right? Use that as an exposure gradient. Epstein's your node, the distance is the gradient, and that's going to allow you as well to capture what I think of when I think of contagion, which is propagation through the network, not just a one-step connection, right? My second suggestion is your data is super unique and there's a ton of richness to it that you are not using right now, right? There's a lot of information in there. If I'll say read the emails here, if your LLM were to read those emails, you could construct ties based on shared emails, shared meetings where there's multiple people. You saw that on your exhibit over there. And now you would have a network of actual connections. The other thing is you could read those emails and categorize the directions of the tie. Is this Epstein reaching out to Peter Thiel, or is this somebody reaching out to have a problem solved? And I'm going to get back to that, because it'll come back and speak to the mechanism. Okay. Second thing I want to talk about is interpretation of what you see in terms of the relationship between the norms contagion and the eventual misconduct measures, okay? And my question here is, should I think of this as norm transmission, or should I think of this potentially as being about the disposition or character of the type of people who are connected to Epstein? Okay, so what your existing tests rule out is time invariant firm characteristics, some sort of pre-existing trajectory, the generic idea of elite boards and elite clusters, this media-only kind of attention, and classifier artifacts. Like I said, lots of empirics, lots of very careful empirics in the paper. But what's not on this list is a director-level disposition that both selects into Epstein's orbit and produces incidents. And this, I think, is a definite potential alternative story here. The disposition of a person that leads to them being connected to Epstein may very well be the same kind of disposition that produces incidents. They skirt a little bit, they take a little bit more risk, they're more willing to be on the edge, right? The number of, like you would expect to see some of that behavior. And, you know, the Ivy League, the Davos placebo tests, that's all about credentials. But disposition isn't a credential. It is going to enter the firm through board turnover, and that's the variation your firm fixed effects are going to be identifying off of. It's an attribute of the director, so firm fixed effects are not going to take care of it. And your death test removes the director and the connection simultaneously, which means if we see a decline in incidents afterwards, that's very consistent with losing somebody who's willing to take risks and be a little bit in the gray area, not just with losing the Epstein channel. So I think your neighbor exposure estimate has the same problem because interlocked firms select similar kinds of directors, and the interlock network, as you've set it up, is undirected, which is why I was talking about potentially seeing a directed network. Your neighbor exposure is going to potentially predict incidents because it proxies for your own firm's unobserved type. And the regression isn't going to establish the direction of influence. It can't tell you whether the norms flowed from the neighbor to you, from you to the neighbor, or from a common shock that's hitting both of you, right? And contagion, when I think about it, is directional. You have a magnitude discrepancy in the tables that really, I think, points in this direction. So if firm fixed effects are absorbing selection, then the estimate shouldn't depend on which firms are supplying the identifying variation. I should be able to drop the never connected firms, and it should change very little, right? And you have an example where you do that, appendix table 4, where admittedly you're kind of building it around director depths, but in your main table, you've got your full panel, and in that appendix table, you've got only the firms that ever had a frequent contact director. And if you restrict it to the ever connected firms, it cuts your coefficient by 28-fold. So to me, reading this, and again, this might be a construction detail, so I, just keep that in mind. The difference really suggests that this is drawing on something that is a different contrast between ever connected and never connected firms. And that would be consistent with something that's about the disposition of the individuals, the directors, and the CEOs. Okay. Third point, and I don't know how much time I have left, but we'll see. And that is a point around timing. And let's think for a second about what it is that a fixer does. Okay, so what does a fixer do? You guys in the paper tell us a lot about that. Here's your documented services that Epstein provides: negotiating an executive's exit, litigation and press management, oppo research, regulatory mediation, right? These map onto the outcome variables that you guys are looking at in the paper. And each of these runs problem to contact as opposed to contact to problem. And again, there's a lot of rich data in the emails that you're not looking that might help you look at this. But the timing here could suggest a reverse story. And I think digging into the emails will help you figure out this piece of it. Because what I could be seeing is what you're suggesting, transmission. I begin contact with Epstein, the misconduct follows, and then it shows up lagged in the record. Or what you could be seeing is the role of a fixer. There is a problem that begins, it's unrecorded. I contact Epstein to say, hey man, fix it for me. And then eventually it does show up. A lot of things show up, right? So I think this, kind of alternative timeline produces your coefficient with, 0 transmission per se. I don't think the pre-10 placebo can catch it. The conduct's not yet in the record. The death result does narrow this. It doesn't remove it. I'd like to know more about kind of what you meant by few events, et cetera. But I do think you can look at contact volume that runs beforehand. I think you can look at who's contacting who. And I think that that will allow you to see kind of, more about what the role of the fixer was versus things that came before problems start to emerge. Okay. The last point, since I think I only have about 2 or 3 minutes left, is, the missing side of the ledger. You're measuring costs in 5 ways. You're measuring the benefits in 0 ways. And again, benefits, I know, Epstein, bad. Okay. But there are potentially benefits to the connections, right? The fixer resolving the problems was from the firm side, a service, right? And the question for us is whether those ties carried benefits at the time before we knew anything about his crimes, right? The analysis absolutely shows the association is costly, right? But it doesn't tell me whether it was on net good or bad for the firm. That drop, the 3.7%, that's just repricing of a suddenly public association after we know bad things about him. If you do a cost-only design, that just tells me what happens when the bet went bad. It does not tell me whether the bet was rational, which would make this an agency paper as opposed to an anatomy of a scandal type paper, which I think would be a bigger contribution. How am I doing here? 1.5 minutes. Okay. I've got smaller things for you, which we will go over, and I'll just suggest a few things I think would really increase the potential for the paper. So the first is just have that LLM read the emails. So much information in there. You can classify the ties. Is it brokerage? Is it making connections? Is it fixing? When did it happen? The conduct against the tie. Am I calling you because I have a problem versus something else? Actual ties between the directors and Epstein's orbit, then run what you're doing and we'll learn a lot about it. By the way, I wouldn't be surprised if you find norms transmission. This is not sort of saying I don't believe what's in there, but I do think that there's a lot more you can do to nail it down. You can rebuild the network with the distance as the gradient and connect only those that connected through him. You can measure both sides, right? Financing deals. Do we see people who are connected suddenly having interactions that they didn't have before? This is where the agency story lives in particular, is with executive level outcomes, because I might be using these connections for things that are good for me and bad for my firm. And I think you can tease some of that out. The other thing is I would consider using 2019. Epstein's death is a node removal, right? The reputational flight hits the ties and then you can see what happens. And I think you're already halfway there with some of the stuff you have in figure 4. So I'm going to stop here. I have other suggestions for you guys. I think there's a lot you can do here. But I just really want to commend you guys. The rapidity with which you got to this data, produced a paper, and how much you've done with the time that you had is absolutely fantastic. And the data is absolutely fascinating. And I have no doubt this is going to turn into a fantastic paper. So thank you guys. I guess thank you. They might not thank you. All right.
Does this one work? Yes, it does. So I totally buy everything you did. No, disrespect to the discussant. I don't quite understand how it would work. The story that you're telling is this isolated director comes onto a board and affects the management of the company such that bad incidents happen. It seems more likely to me that the board chair or the CEO has a proclivity for the kind of people who do bad things, right? And those are the ones who are causing it to happen. So the Epstein connection is like a signal of the quality of the chair or the CEO. One could imagine looking to see after the Epstein publicity dies down, are those companies still bad, right? So they know there's a connection, they clean up their act, but then they revert to type. So I don't have any specific suggestions. I'm just saying the sort of basic story right now is not so intuitive of influence.
So this is working, no?
No.
No. So following on an excellent paper and excellent suggestions, just some minor comments. So first of all, about reading the papers, reading the emails, we read the paper, but reading the emails, I think you could do a lot. I mean, if, a lot more than in this classification. For example, if it says, Jeff, take me to the island, it's very different than you have 100 shares of my company, can you sell it? So I think you can do a lot on this classification. The other is also the point that Mark made. There's probably an endogeneity, and Yael made. There's endogeneity in the people who became friends with Jeffrey Epstein. And the last minor point, you're looking at PDFs. I wonder what's in these videos and how related it is to everything else.
Oh, sorry, thank you. So let me risk this. I will repeat Yael's great slide, which is Epstein bad, before I open my mouth. But I want to do two things. So one, Yael already hinted at, which is of course, ex post, after he has been labeled as bad, you see the stock price dropping, but that might even if the connections were valuable before, they became bad after we all decided, whatever, even the world decided he's bad, because then it maybe opens you up to lawsuits that you were not aware of before, right? So in that spirit, though, then I was, this is something how I have always thought about this Epstein situation is, why would all these people want to connect to a guy like that, who's actually a nobody, who has no observable great talent or anything, right? And so the way I think about it, sorry, I'm imposing this on you, but maybe it's an opportunity then, is that in some sense, he got lucky that he found a few very influential men who had similar preferences to his. And that's what he initially fixed for them. So people like Leon Black, the guy from the, kind of Victoria's Secret, I forgot the name, right? And so on. Huh? Wexner, exactly, and so on, right? And so then you have this network of people that have these preferences, but they are valuable in other ways as well. And then he suddenly had a network that was maybe initially a small network that was valuable also in terms of connection to certain companies and so on. And so maybe, and that's the bad nature of liquidity in a network is, right? Once you have these people, other people want to connect to him, not because of the sex nonsense, but because Leon Black is valuable to know despite his shitty preferences, right? And other things. So I just wonder whether, and to me, that would be a really interesting part of what you can study, which is basically, is this liquidity that was created because of this particular type of preferences that then drew other people also to the network who didn't even care for little girls and things like that, right? And then, of course, also all the other disgusting people. But there maybe the timing over time, the exposure to certain industries, right, could, at least descriptively help you, because if you're in healthcare, you don't necessarily care so much whether the Victoria's Secret CEO is somebody's friend. But if you are trying to sell, garments, right, maybe then that becomes very important. So I think, to me, that would be something maybe that also would then allow you to sidestep some of the problems of how does this one person on a board corrupt a whole board, right? Beyond just being a signal of this board. Let me shut up. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for all the comments. So first of all, please don't make us watch the videos. This is all already very disturbing going through the emails, and well, the videos will probably actually not provide that much information because a lot of it is censored, and all of the emails are really contained in the last tranche. So first of all, to maybe clarify the story or how we think about it. You are connected to Epstein, you maybe join these events. You see what other people around you morally tolerate, your other peers who are maybe similar to you, and that kind of updates your belief of what is socially accepted. And then you go on and can transmit it to the board. I mean, boards don't consist of so many people, so one bad actor may be sufficient. One very recurrent theme is selection. So unfortunately or fortunately, you're not being randomly selected into the Epstein network. So it is difficult to rule it out entirely. And of course, there will be a certain type of directors who's more drawn to him than others. But we also argue that this is likely to be correlated with the firms that they're joining. And we do employ firm fixed effects and really exploit this variation over time. Moreover, what is also important is that Jeffrey Epstein had certain preferences for certain people that he tried to draw in. So being elite or going to Davos is not simply a credential, but it's also something that Jeffrey Epstein was really drawn to. And these are the people who he wanted to interact with. And we have one placebo check where we check whether having these characteristics like attending Davos or being an elite director also just leads to more incidents, and we don't find that this is the case. There are some tests where we try to get as close as possible at this selection problem. Also, this really good suggestion of trying to see who is actually reaching out, who's initiating the contact. It's actually really difficult to do in this case because the way we identify the people, the names, is Outlook or the Gmail. It only records a name if there was a back and forth. And this is actually also an asset because we know for sure, that there was a back and forth and that the contact is actually established. Mapping the emails to the incidents directly is not so simple. So this is still, this paper is work in progress as we speak, but tying the emails or the content of it directly to the incidents is also not so easy because, as you can imagine, people don't discuss all of this dirty laundry in the emails. So you will not find something like, hey, let's discriminate against women tomorrow, and how can you help me with a sexual harassment lawsuit? So a lot of it is this social banter and back and forth. And I think this is also an asset that we are actually able to observe this really informal social network. We also looked what happened to incidents after his death. And while we find that incidents do decrease after a connected director dies, because you don't have this person who can transmit the norms anymore, we don't find that incidents flatten off or decline after the death of Epstein, which would be consistent with that. Well, the norms were kind of already transferred, and not transferred to the directors in the network. Yeah, I probably did not cover all of these points, but all of that is extremely valuable. Michaela, is there anything that you would like to add?
No, thank you so much for everyone and the discussion specifically.